Alright, welcome back everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は265日目です。Oh, have an itch. Alright, we are in this is actually our day 4. Just so happens we do not have a burnout opportunity this time around because we do have a set that lands on this. Tomorrow is kind of weird too. I kind of want to get an early start. Or start getting earlier again because October is great. It's like quickly approaching. Obviously, time passes the same. It doesn't really change. We have 3 days, not including today. We have 3 days left before October. And October is going to be like a rigor month. We got to be disciplined because I'm gonna attempt to at least do prompts every single day. I'm gonna probably do like a mix schedule, like a double up day, because WaniKani is asymmetrical, right? Like WaniKani has an asymmetrical workload. So these days I might actually take a bye day to adjust. But the reason why I'm mentioning October is because I do Inktober. I mean, I like the concept of Inktober. So the idea is that I'm gonna try to aim to do a drawing prompt daily for the entire month, right? And this takes a lot of stamina. And I haven't even decided if I was gonna do this before language learning, my lessons, my sessions for the day, or after. It's probably gonna be after the Inktober stuff. Although that can really diminish my stamina available for Inktober. So I haven't decided if I was gonna modify the way I'm doing my lessons so that I don't overexhaust myself, or we just pep up and step up our game temporarily for Inktober, and step back down, try to lean in. Usually this means that if I step up and I pass my limit, that also means that the following month is gonna be a step down. Like I'm gonna do less than I typically do on average to recover, right? But not just quit entirely, because it wouldn't be more of a burnout, like I'm burnt out. It's more of a giving time to recover. So I haven't decided. I have 3 days, 4 days including today, to decide I'm gonna do it. The alternative is I can blunt WaniKani's workload, so then it could just be straight across. So the reason why I'm bringing this up now is this particular day and the other days would be kind of evened out. They would be intentionally evened out. So lessons would be moderated in a way. Although I do have to admit, now we are in the period where I started the new cycle. So nearly all the stuff that are burned now have reset the cycle. So there are no more, like, leeches are very few, and all the staggered cycles come in predictable groups. So these 75 probably belong to a singular group. So all these are stacked in singular groups now. So they are very predictable, as opposed to having leeches here and there and whatnot since then. So we're starting actually a new cycle just in time for Inktober. So there is a chance that on lesson days, which is related to WaniKani is the thing that's making it kind of adventurous in a way of my workload, because WaniKani has it's the more dynamic workload, which is how I go about other things like running and maintaining like dieting and whatnot. It goes through cycles. I cycle through instead of being consistent. It works on like there's a high hard day, there's a recovery day, hard day, recovery day. That's kind of how WaniKani feels. So in the scheme of scheduling, it feels very dynamic. Then we have the follow-up to WaniKani, which is Hanzahiro. That's flat. It's flat across the board. So we have 2 routines going on right now. And Inktober, it can be all over the place. Because one day my prompt is like wildly difficult or like wildly time consuming. I'm not going to say it's difficult or easy because drawing is not necessary. When you're doing something voluntarily, looking at it from a perspective of being difficult or easy, and that paints the reward is not quite how I would healthily do something consistently. It's more how time consuming it can be, because there are days when the prompt is like, oh yeah, I just want to add more details, and that could eat away at my stamina. So then it could destabilize all this. So next month is going to be earnestly going to be one of the truest tests of how much stamina, how in a really weird quirky way, how young I still am, I suppose. Last year it was Duolingo every single day, right? We had Duolingo every single day. But Duolingo has ways. My routine for Duolingo was a lot more flexible. It still was very difficult, and I'm pretty sure I put Duolingo after the drawing stuff, because the drawing stuff was far more taxing in terms of creativity and like stuff that I have to do and organize. So we'll see. It's going to be very adventurous from like a juggling standpoint, like a time management standpoint. I will probably be a little bit more strict and disciplined with my Inktober this year, because you got to change up things, right? I learned a couple things here and there that can be applied to Inktober, like how I'm scheduling WaniKani and Hanzahiro. They're related to Inktober, so many of the stuff and prompts that I will be doing for Inktober will be related to WaniKani and Hanzahiro. That's kind of the nature of how I do things. Usually whatever I'm currently doing and everything that I am doing, they tend to be tied together so that they motivate each other, right? And this year it's got to be mnemonics, right? The theme is mnemonics. So I will hand over fist try to incorporate some of the idiosyncrasies that was from WaniKani and Hanzahiro into my Inktober prompts. So the thing that makes it identifiable, cue the whole AI art and stuff. The idea is that we are the artwork is I originally I was practicing technique and doing art studies and stuff, but last year was incorporating Japanese and Chinese elements. So some representation of Japanese and Chinese, and then we did a little bit of like Hanji and Hanzi to celebrate that. This year though, mnemonics, and it's gonna be like a little bit of nods here and there to WaniKani and Hanzahiro. I'm not sure if I'm gonna be as ambitious as last year, where the workload was a lot lighter, where I would technically be doing 2 pieces every single time, because we had to do like a Chinese and Japanese component in every single Inktober prompt. This year I think I can. I think I can pull it off. Possibly. Now, the the fun thing about this is the reason why I'm gonna do this. This is as a teaser for next month because this is what I'm doing in the background at the moment, or trying to set it up. The idea is that it with WaniKani's mnemonics and the way Hanzahiro's mnemonics work, it presents a case where there's a reference in there. There's some provocative nature in it. And I also have modified my own interpretation of both of them. So now we have prompts that have 3 it factors. A reference, which people like because Hanzahiro uses references. Like, I gotta figure out how am I gonna represent, the characters, Robin Hood, SpongeBob, Patrick, and all of them. Meanwhile, WaniKani has this weird thing of near rhymes, right? And the near, and then how am I gonna represent Ko? Ko, Cho, Go, the random the random Star Wars references and like MacGyver and stuff. So there's some popular references in the things, and because of the way mnemonics work, you can allude to them and make reference to them while having enough flexibility to fit any prompt. So the idea is then there's part of the creative aspect. I like this because it integrates most of the things that I do to keep things interesting, right? I'm trying to figure out how to connect very abstractly all the things that put together. This is why, in my opinion, those people who understand what Mind Palace really means, in my opinion, is that things like mnemonics is underneath. It's Mind Palace is an umbrella term, in my opinion, or like a metaphorical umbrella term for all these techniques. So that's kind of neat that, or I'm doing it this way because then it pulls together everything. It gives me the option of doing most of my video game references and all that stuff, things expressing myself while also reinforcing some of the WaniKani stuff, some of the Hanzahiro stuff, and it makes everything gel together. Right? That's the entire plan, by the way. Most of the time, the idea is that one doesn't discard and compartmentalize their skills. They overlap and synergistically become emergent when you're learning skills. If I had all the time in the world and all the free time in the world, I could see myself compartmentalizing skills, right? Like, you learn a skill to do one task. That's kind of, I would say metaphorically, that's very similar to people who buy things for a single task. Like, now you can do it well, buying and learning tasks for a very specific thing, if that thing is very important, right? Like, for example, if you chop and food prep like 90% of your time, getting an appliance that chops well and fast gets you a lot of time back. However, if you don't chop that much but you want a chopper, you hope that device can do more than just chop, right? And I think that's kind of the mentality here. Oftentimes I do feel one of the easiest and clear shot ways is you sit down, you make a list, you look at your activities, what activities you do consume a lot of time, right? And you focus on those activities and you try to either streamline them, optimize, refine them, right? Iterate on them and then optimize them again, right? That is one way. When you're in the aspect of acquiring new knowledge, like when you're learning something, right? There's so many things to learn. You can learn anything you want, but generally speaking, personally, my personal preference is that I learn things that carries all of my previous experiences as well, like keeping them in mind anyways. It's understandable if you want to just spin the wheel and say, I want to learn this because I like this, and then hope that you can creatively relate to that. And you can do that too. I did that recently with the last mini project that I took up, and those are happenstance things though. Like, I leave it up to happenstance to determine how I need to flex my creativity to apply my skills that I have to any given task, right? Those are the things you have to do. Like, if you have to go to work, apply your creativity to make the work go more efficiently, more enjoyable. That's your creative process. It's the problem solving thing. But if I have to choose to do things, that's like playing video games, streaming, and whatnot, I pick things very that builds on all the foundations that I have. So the games I play are not arbitrary. They are very well calculated. So the things I choose to play, since there's so many games, you can spend a lifetime randomly playing games, right? And when I had a little bit of an inspiration discussion with a younger person in the just before the stream. One of the motivations of why I end up, despite playing live service games and all that and being distracted by the inundation of the internet, I can complete projects because I know those projects beforehand are very strongly tied to everything I have done prior. So I choose to do things that if I'm doing them, I'm also doing everything that I currently am doing. If I'm doing them, I'm also enjoying all the things that I have enjoyed before it. So it's a culmination of things. And this is where I got into a discussion that was inspired off of someone who feels, and I think I speak to a lot of younger people online these days, where they always think of something as better or worse, but not cumulative. If something is cumulative, it is always better than before. But the thing is, that's not how that works for the mindset of many. For example, I was talking about game sequels. Game sequels are not seen as a continuation or a combination of things. It is possible for young adults, like many young adults I've seen, to distinguish, to be aware of the thing that a sequel invites change. It also could invite the same thing, but either or, it's a picture of the whole. It's a continuation of the whole, not a separate experience, not necessarily a separate experience in which it can come out as negative, right? Like, one of the things is like, oh yeah, man, this sequel changed what it was before, so it sucks. It's different. Or, oh, it's not the same as before, so it sucks too. Or it's different. It's not the same as before. It sucks, right? So like nostalgia versus, so it's this constant dialogue. And whenever I play a game like a Dragon or language learning, it's not a game, obviously. When I'm doing language learning, it's part of the journey, right? The journey is a combination of everything. You didn't lose the experience and the nostalgia and the feeling of that beautiful, wonderful game you played before. You're experiencing the game in addition to your experience before. It's not what you could have had, it's what you had and now what you're currently having, right? So despite next month I'm going to be playing Hades 2 probably, and this is the year of big indie sequels, I suppose, and a lot of times it's do if you don't, like, it's bad if you do, it's bad if you don't situation, because experiences are compartmentalized. So like a sequel is no longer very attractive in this modern age. Not having sequels, not suggesting things are compartmentalized is usually keeping comparison as a theft of joy at bay in the world, both for the person, self-esteem and all that, anxious, social anxiety, content creation, etc., as well as the things you enjoy, right? So if Hades 2 is exactly the same as Hades 1, I can know how to enjoy it because it's part of a continuum. It's part of a bigger picture, right? It is the legacy building of so you focus on specific things, but you see how they're connected. Then it's like, what if they threw the book out and made it entirely feel different? Then it'll be like, oh, it's not the same anymore. It's not as good, or something like that. It's like, well, it's different, and that's great because now you have two different types of experiences attached to. So it sounds like I'm being a contrarian, but the reason why I'm being a contrarian at this very point is, are you happy with that? Like, do you see differences as only negative, and then do you see the same as only positive? Because those are the individuals that I feel are the majority here. They believe that something that's good must maintain to be the same, and something that's bad must change for the better. And then something that is good shouldn't be changed at all, right? Kept the same without any like this distraughtness or something, because it keeps consistency of good things without entertaining the idea that it could be better because it's different. And then same or bad, expecting that change will always be good, but it can get worse as well. So there are these things, right? And part of the continuum is that all your experiences are cumulative. Yet, in my opinion, when someone says something like, I like this game, but it's not as good as the old one, to me, that often comes off, if it seemed like expressed incredibly negative, it sounds to me like they have more of an internal conflict most of the time. Because if it sounds like you don't want to play the sequel, then don't. But oftentimes those who have a negative compartmentalization of their experiences, they would proceed to experience those negative things despite their awareness of the connection. I'm not saying they're stupid and they don't see that a sequel is a continuum of the previous game. I'm suggesting they know this, but they continue to do things at the expense of their own emotional satisfaction, right? That's what I'm sharing that now, because when I say this for those who like have come to know me, whenever they say, oh, what is your favorite game of all time, I usually answer, like, the short answer, if I only have 1 minute to answer the question, is the current game I'm playing. It's always recency. It's almost 90% of the time it's recency of my choice. So if the current game I am playing is a game I choose to play, it will always be the best game that I've ever played so far. Like, it's my favorite game so far. That would be the 1 minute answer. The second would be explaining why that is the case and how that's the case. Is because when I choose to do something, it maximizes and cumulatively utilizes all the good feelings I have up to this moment. Now, if it was a game I didn't choose, maybe I was solicited for it, or I work, I do a job or something that is partially not in my control, then yes, it could be not that game because I didn't choose to. So this is the crux of the conversation I had earlier before stream today, which just inspired it, is the idea that if you're choosing to do something and it is your free time, right? This is your liberty. You have We're not talking about all the times you don't have a choice. We're talking about the times you have a choice. When you have a choice, and say you know me and you express that to me, and then I hear constant responses about like apprehension, like you're not following through, there's no commitments or something like that, my first thought is that's probably easily a sign of internal conflict of interest. You want to believe something but might not necessarily understand why, and that's why it keeps leading to that internal conflict. So oftentimes when I see that, there is gains to be had, in my opinion. There are gains to be had in your own personal satisfaction. And I think that's like the dialogue of today, right? Like people play live service games, but their enjoyment of the live service game doesn't increase. And yet the playtime increases. So what I mean by that is this is more of a habit formation due to same, and it's more of an avoidance of doing something different, in my opinion, right? It takes a greater effort and exhaustion and uncertainty to constantly entertain new things because they're construed as being separate from what they're currently doing. Like my current example is a current live service game I'm playing is P5X, Phantom X. It is considered a separate thing from the Persona series, the numerical Persona series. So many of the discontent among youth, definitely young adults, or maybe even biologically older adults who have, in my opinion, more of the representation mindset of non-legacy builders, which is younger adults, is the idea that you cannot have both. You can only have one or the other. So in no way does P5X being like a gacha game impacts my appreciation and excitement to play the Persona series. And somehow I have to be sensitive enough to understand that that's not how people think about it. Some people think if you start with P5X, you'll never play a Persona game because they're different. They'll give you a misrepresentation of Persona series. In my opinion, the difference between me and that type of line of thinking is they're both Persona related. That's why Persona is in the title. It's a collective of people and a collaboration of organizations that want to expand the attraction and differences and how to explore their IP in a different way, right? Live service exists for the very reason that those people can't appreciate that your titles and stuff can be related and not compartmentalized. Most of the time, the compartmentalization, in my opinion, is a coping strategy. Basically, in order to maintain the consistency of their great feelings, they hope that it is void of differences. It's always, if something is really good, it is maintained until it becomes such a routine that asking someone, do you know why it's so good, like why it's consistent, when you ask them, they're gonna tell you it just feels good. And I'm like, okay, but that's not explaining anything. Like, you're not increasing awareness of it. You know that you like the thing. It's kind of like the whole souls situation and whatnot. So I think that's a dialogue that I'll most definitely bring up in the future. It deals with language learning. So how is this related to WaniKani and Hanzahiro? That's very similar in the SRS field, like the SRS trend, I guess, and then the immersion only trend, and the vocabulary sucks, it's a waste of time compared to reading sentences, or like story is the goat while vlogs and native speak is even more goated, and moving to Japan is extremely goated, that type of situation. And my first thought is it's all of the above. If I have to choose to do something, I don't choose to do one thing. I choose to do as many things as I want to choose to do. And all of them will be connected somehow. So all the things that I choose to do are connected to each other. And that creates that, I don't know what people call it these days, but natural, like the human condition. That's how you take advantage of human curiosity, human intellectual pursuits. You're constantly pursuing to expand your understanding of something, not a repetitious refinement of a small subset of things. Hear me out. If you don't have the time to do it, you have to choose. But at least when you choose, you're not making defensive remarks at how other people choose to use their time if they are happy about it. If they're upset, this is where I am talking about. When someone goes around and says, oh, I hate that you're not using immersion. Immersion is the only thing you can do to really benefit and become a serious language learner. Then that's not me having a problem. That's that person projecting their problem onto another person. If I am sitting here complaining about my progress or complaining about how I can't still speak full sentences because WaniKani doesn't teach how to do that, like it doesn't condition or practice that, why would I expect that, right? But if you are expecting it and you're complaining about it, that's a cognitive dissonance, right? That is the same, and that is runs parallel with the cognitive dissonance that you say you really like this for this and you can see yourself doing it all the time and you don't. That's also like saying I can quit anytime, but you don't. You don't demonstrate that, right? You demonstrate the opposite. It has control over you. So that's probably what it's going to become more and more apparent in the future, because WaniKani was already on the list well beforehand. I already knew I was going to start with Duolingo, and I knew the reasons why and how and the characteristics that will keep me engaged for the length of time that I require it to be. That's understanding my choices. And then I knew I was going to do something with SRS. I didn't reveal if it was going to be Anki, right? But it isn't Anki. But I do have Anki in mind. It's not for the same purpose, right? And then there's a grammar source coming in 2026. So the idea is that they're all connected. And it's leaving enough room to make more connections. Well, that's kind of what I wanted to share today. Today's a pretty fast day for WaniKani. It's another 30 minute thing, because I imagine this is one unit. I don't know what unit it is yet. I'm gonna say like 5 units back, like 5 levels back, maybe level 20 or something, level 19. And it'll go relatively quickly. That is something that is definitely, in my opinion, I will generously talk about over and over again. I think it's incredibly underrepresented, because decisions are often not made by the person anymore when it comes to the target audience. And I mean, the target audience is, the Gen Z, right? Gen Z, or people who are around their 20s. That's the target demographic nowadays for online stuff. And I'm online most of the time when I'm interacting with them, so that's a presumption I make. 9 out of 10 times it's on the mark. The idea is that the facade, or possibly the idea of agency, is gilded online. You can be fully aware of your discontent nowadays, or declining satisfaction on the decisions you make, without understanding the moving parts that influence your growing discontent or middling satisfaction, right? It's not improving satisfaction. Like I I don't see this anymore. I don't see people doing something and it becomes more and more satisfying over time. Because in my opinion, people don't seek to make things more satisfying. They seek to maintain the satisfaction in its current state and expect that it doesn't change over time. The human condition, it's a human condition. The thing that you want to maintain over time will naturally not be satisfying consistently over time. Like, it diminishes in return the more you do it. So you compensate by coping, and then coping leads to minimal use of time. It leads to that self-awareness that I fear can create a vicious cycle of self-defeatism, right? Like fatalism, where someone would say, yeah, you know, I just spent 3 hours doom scrolling. I have no idea why. I have no idea why I doom scroll for 3 hours, but I know that I could be using that 3 hours for any sorts of things that can bring potential greater satisfaction. That's kind of the loop we are in now. But if it's not doom scrolling, then it's probably a live service game. And if it's not a live service game, it's probably a habit of avoiding something, because that's the most constant thing. Like telling yourself you like Japanese language learning, you know, you like learning a target language and you're avoiding your studies. Or you like practicing using your language and you're avoiding practicing using your language, your target language. Or you wish you could do this and it is possible, but you don't work on it. Right? That's actually kind of most of the situations. I mean, you would think someone who has limited sample size would not develop a pattern of people they talk to, but it's so consistent and pervasive that most of my conversations deal with what I just mentioned about conditioned response coupled with coping, and having dissonance of desire with the actions required. Oh, that rhymed unintentionally, but that, like, you want to be able to read manga, you want to be able to read manga in Nihongo, yes, right? And yet the actions to do that are the things the person is avoiding, right? Or the process is so nebulous that the goal is not sufficient to motivate the person to seek out the process, and there's no refinement of the process. So you leave the agency to anyone who has done it before, without necessarily understanding how the decision making happens. Like, for example, you pick up a method without any regards to what already works for you, right? You pick up a method and the idea, oh, you know what, that is very much similar to picking up a crash diet. It's called a crash diet because you're gonna crash, in my opinion. That's the whole idea about a crash diet. It's a diet that's so far from your current habits that doing it requires an unbelievable amount of willpower, while at the same time will elicit a crash. Right? At some point, there will be a crash out of the diet. And I think learning a target language is very much like that. And it might not look like that because there's some element of intelligence in the decision making, I suppose. But when you say something like, oh yeah, I'm going to learn Japanese. So the most efficient way to learn Japanese and the best way is to reduce the most possible use of the native language you have, and then immerse yourself in everything that's Japanese, and assume that that's not going to be so mentally exhausting that you do it for like a month, and then you keep telling yourself you're doing it, but you're actually not doing it. Because in my opinion, kudos to you if you can keep it up for like a month or even 2 months. or 3 months. And definitely hats off to those people who succeeded by that method, full stop. But the question I often ask myself is, what is the success rate of that? Now, some people will say, well, yeah, you know, there's significant benefits and success, and there are lots of people that work. Yeah, lots of people, but we're not talking about with respect to what. What is the percentage, the actual percentage of success? Some people might argue, well, you know, over 60% of people through immersion is successful. It's like, are you talking about 60% of people who voluntarily choose to do the immersion? That's selection bias. So that's kind of like saying FromSoft is going to release a game, and usually 80 to 90% of the people are satisfied when they buy a FromSoft game. It's like, yeah, because they're probably already fans of the FromSoft games. So they are more likely to succeed. That's decision making 101, in my opinion. So when you go to choose something, decision making is predicated on understanding, hopefully intuiting. Some people intuit, which is fine. When that intuition fails is when that cognitive dissonance sits in, right? So if you're picking up a game and you're having trouble finishing it, that's cognitive dissonance. And when I choose, you know, when I choose something and if it fails, it happens on occasion. I don't say always, most of the time. I try to say always, but most of the time when I choose something, I will complete it, I will finish it, or I'll get my satisfaction from it, right? But sometimes it fails. And when it fails, I learn about it. And in a way, it ends up not becoming a failure because it's part of the process, part of understanding. So why is this off-putting? Why do I not like this? And where are my places of quote unquote regret or something? That's approaching the problem, you know, tackling the problem, not coping with the problem. You're not putting a band-aid on it and pretending like it doesn't exist anymore, which is, in my opinion, what young adults do these days on the internet. When something's bad, they just pretend it doesn't exist anymore. Or either that, or they spend most of the time saying it shouldn't exist. So whenever that thing exists elsewhere, they get angry, right? They project their dissatisfaction onto someone else, despite the obvious indicator that that other person actually enjoy its existence. And that's where you enter that vicious cycle of someone who's constantly upset that people like things they don't like, and also do things that they don't think are the best way to do something. And yet the person that's suffering is the person that can't appreciate that, not the person who isn't suffering. It's different if they can see the suffering in others. But most of the time when I interact with someone, they believe I'm suffering or I'm going to suffer, right? When I first started language learning with Duolingo, the first thing that someone said is, I'm going to regret it in a year. Well, it's been 2 years. Yeah, it's been 2 years. No, it's not even close. In fact, I've been using it in any possible way to make use of the lessons I learned in it, right? And the lessons I learned about learning, which is what brings me to yesterday's project. A lot of the ideas was integrating that thing. So, no, there's one thing, it's one thing to use your adversity to see the adversity in others. It's narcissistic, it's compassionate, right? It's considered compassionate and kind to use your adversity. And when you see in others, you ask them and you suggest things, not unsolicitedly trying to gaslight them into believing that's going to happen in the future. That's narcissism. So I think nowadays the most vocal people that are for like low-hanging fruit people like me. I'm a low-hanging fruit because, well, I'm usually recording for myself. I don't necessarily talk to other people. I'm not an entertainer per se. I try to entertain when I have someone to entertain, right? This is for posterity. It's to remind myself that I have to be careful that sometimes even I could unintentionally cross a line of gaslighting people. When you gaslight people, it's very obvious. It is like going up to someone who's smiling and using Duolingo, and you're saying, well, you're going to be miserable in a year. You don't know that. That's gaslighting. That's projecting your negative sentiments. You could ask them, how are they feeling now? And are these going to be a problem for the future? You can use your experience to ascertain if they're going in the same direction, right? Not immediately, unsolicitedly projecting your adversity. I think that's wielding. That's a sob story. That's a narcissistic, self-centered way of saying you're being kind and you're being compassionate without actually being compassionate, because you don't actually know. You didn't even ask what that person was feeling or anything like that. And how's that related to what I said earlier about cognitive dissonance? I think the source of that behavior, one of a potential and even major contributing source of that behavior online, which I think classifies the vast majority of minority voices, loud minority voices, comes from the dissonance that they have and experiences that they have prior. So when someone says, oh yeah, not all Americans say that, you do know that there are other people that live in the United States. That's projecting. That's gaslighting. It's like I'm pretty sure two people who are talking about different people around the world would know that there are more than different people in different countries. So in order to like boost your moral high ground, you state something obvious and pass it off as profound, but you're belittling and condescending to the other person. That to me was my very first experience. I think it's over 50% of my experience. It's become less and less frequent, largely because the algorithm does not pre-select or expose people to long-standing form content that involves reductive and repetitious things on the surface. So that type of discussion has waned, and then as the numbers go up, right, the things have come down. Now hear me out. It's gonna start all over again the moment I put up that day one, and it's gonna be about something grammar related, because I've already revealed this 2026's project is gonna be Boom Pro, right? And I'm already anticipating that at the beginning of the year I will have another spike of someone coming by and explaining to me in a condescending way how I might as well like pick up a Genki textbook instead, or a Minna Nihongo textbook, or actually go on italki and talk to a native Japanese speaker, because that's the best way to learn grammar. Because grammar doesn't help you with conversational skills or something like that. And it's gonna happen. But you know what? I'm more prepared for that the third time around, right? And I'm gonna be a little bit more tactful and more interesting because I have WaniKani experience, Duolingo experience. I have a lot of experience now. So now the third time around is gonna be very different. I've already prepped for these things, by the way. Choosing to do something is also being as ready, mindfully, and prepared as you can by bringing your entire ability in. Hey, MAKU, just wanted to pop in to say hi and then lurk for a while. Okay. You're back at university now. I hope university is going well. The first days, syllabus settling in, and you're feeling a lot better than you did at the start of your previous academic year. I would love to hear why and how that's the case in the future. Obviously, in the future when you have time, you have a very good feeling about this year. This year will go. Fingers crossed, right? Both in terms of academic dedication and your social life. Hope all is well with you. Yeah, everything is well with me. We won't belabor, let's not turn this into a 4-hour thing, but I hope to hear it little by little, right? Little by little about your good feelings. And hear me out. Having good feelings, in it really does. When the sun shines, it also gets brighter. So much as when it rains, it also pours. It's excellent that you're having good feelings for the start of the year. It's pretty electric, and I hope that you have affirmation and confirmation of that too. So like when you go into just like a really short take, I hope that when you start the year brighter and happier, it also you have environments that confirm that. Like maybe you'll meet other people who says that to you, and that would be a really wonderful way to have like a reinforcement. I honestly believe when you are negative, you attract negativity. When you're positive, you attract positivity, despite what physics might say, if you know what I mean. Despite what physics might say about opposites attract and similar charges repel. In this case, when it comes to the human condition, socializing tends to be pre-selective, at least in the society we are today, or mostly in the society that they usually attract the same thing. So all is well. I finished a mini project. It was pretty interesting. I'll give you a little thing about my most recent thing. You can probably watch it later if you're curious. I actually did my first constructive criticism of a project that someone has worked on, and they were fine with it. So what I mean by that is they allowed me the privilege of doing it, and then we had a really wonderful discussion. So it was the thing that I tried to work on as much as I could. I haven't done anything that I would constructively criticize something. So I tried it. It felt really good. It reminded me of what it was like to be a professional in some way, and I really enjoyed it. And it's the first published thing. So I don't know if I communicated properly in the video, but I really was genuinely grateful to the developer, the person that I had an open line of communication with, the opportunity to do that, because I'm not entirely sure that person understood that it was a win-win situation. They thanked me for my efforts and generosity, but I really do find I thank them for the privilege, because it's very brave to approach someone which they probably don't know that much about, and that was generosity meets generosity. So it was really fun to constructively to publish something that exercised my constructive criticism, my ability to constructively criticize something. Because most of the time it's about feelings, mental, routines and stuff. I'm talking about concepts, but I rarely ever get to apply them in a way. So it was the most unofficial, non-professional, but still professional capture of the things I did on a daily basis. And I don't know if I'm going to make that a regular thing, but I do want to iterate that I was very grateful that they gave me the opportunity to do so. Also to learn you was something to think about. In that message, I said a lot better than you did. The word then is used to refer to an event from the past. Oh, I see. And the word than is used as a comparison. What do you think the right word to use given the context? Oh, I don't know. I actually don't know. So so than is a point of comparison. Then is a time, right? And in both cases, I guess you're trying to mean both. So you've made a word. You kind of made. You mean both, right? Is that what you mean? You wanted to for it to mean both, or do you mean you're referring to that something happened in the past? You're very happy, but you're not that surprised that you had that outcome from your interaction with that developer, and you can see the similarities with what comes of our interactions, even kind of by best wishes for your future. Yeah, yeah. I look for hear me out. Investment in people, right? Investment in people. I have no idea about that grammar thing though. I don't know enough about English. I feel like so protocol investment in people, because you just don't know who's gonna become a superstar. That's I understand that sounds like a business proposition, but I don't take chances. You invest in people. Like invest in people. If they can be any more than they are now because of your involvement, there's no regrets. If they become worse because of your involvement, then you have to learn from it. Right? So in the end, I know it sounds like there's no lose. I have a no lose situation. Well, I could be punished for it. There is a lose condition, but I usually don't think about it. I think about how to make it as win as possible. And that's so any small thing, as long as they're not out to get me, right? Obviously, I still have filters to protect myself from, I don't know, getting scammed. Honestly, here's the double edge. Here's the funny, sobering reality. If you're nobody and you keep yourself clandestine, right? And you're constantly telling yourself you're not professional about this, or you're not taking it professionally, usually the people that approach you are not the people that would try to scam you, because scammers try to at least aim for someone that will give them value, at least in my opinion. Obviously you could argue like, well, scammers go for the low-hanging fruit, and I'm like, I agree with you. There are a couple times that people try to scam me, but because they're low-hanging fruit, they're also amateurish, right? So you can reciprocate by protecting yourself with equal measures. In this case though, it was a really fun time. Like the last time I checked, language learning, if you're targeting language learning, gaming, and talking about how you personally struggle with language learning, that is a very small market. Like that's a really tiny market. And then you're gonna target someone who has an even smaller market, long format language learning streams. I think, in my opinion, a scammer. How I struggle with language. Oh, the person, the developer has a YouTube channel about the game, and they have YouTube shorts. And one of them was like they've been studying on and off. Like they gave me the impression that they study on and off for 5 years, and they have problems like remembering kanji. Right? It was off of. It's public because it's their developers. Channel. I hope that person continues to put out shorts about their game. I think, to me, is really important. I don't know how others will feel about it, but to me, it was that's what I saw those shorts before this person offered access to their the current beta build of their game. So I knew beforehand already. When someone makes a video comment and you're the only video comment made in the last 40 days, and they actually responded and talked in the video comment, obviously the least I can do, I do it by default anyways, but the least someone can do is to check out their channel and see what they're doing and what they're working on. Invest in people, right? It's open generosity. I don't have to be told to be interested in someone. I start by being interested in them, because they typed the comment for a reason, right? And yes, you could say, but what if the person only typed like bet and trolled you? And it's like, I would still try to find out why they trolled me and how they came across me, because that's informative. If I get a troll on a video comment, I need to also understand why it happened, because the odds of someone even trolling the millions of content creators out there, you decided that somehow it ends up on me. So if I can understand that, and if it's YouTube's fault or something like that, then I need to know how to manipulate that, or like remove, try to use that or something. I didn't clip this out, but there was one comment, someone used ChatGPT to ask ChatGPT to write a response to my analyses of their comments, and I was writing in like very, I guess, technical language. The person posted a ChatGPT response in the words of like Thoreau. They probably put in something more trendy, like Lovecraftian, how to speak like Lovecraftian, or maybe Plato or Aristotle or something as an example, because the language that was posted back, I actually reviewed that thing. Did they tell you they used ChatGPT? They told me after I grilled every single line and tell people that they probably used. It was in the moment that they told me they used ChatGPT. So everything fell into place. It's almost as though I played the odds and the odds were for me. That person literally dropped in to the stream where I was analyzing the linguistic inconsistencies between their previous response and the current response. It was like the first month of language learning when someone was telling me about like the importance of immersion and how their parasocial relationship with Stephen Krashen was the game changer for their language learning life or something like that. It's very common telltale sign. Meanwhile, when they're communicating in English, they believe that they can bamboozle someone who already said that they love the English language and want to learn another language. But the idea is that a lot of the diction suddenly shifts. Like, you don't go from bruh, crashin', you're welcome, to spewing soliloquies and monologues using esoteric language that is very reminiscent of Henry David Thoreau, in order to match my energy. I type the way I type because I can type and speak that way. I don't one up someone by taking a shortcut. So instead, hear me out, but that's not how I went about it. Code switching. Here, like we're not gonna, so I don't want to take too much of your time. That's not there. The video's there. I don't remember which one it is, but what I did was I told myself what I could learn from that message. So I analyzed the language, I analyzed the linguistics, and then I tried to determine how the person created the prompt. Like, what type of prompt did they use? And then I analyzed how it helped me reflect upon myself. So I told myself, like, you know what? This statement, although very esoteric, it can be true. So there's a chance the person typed out the message and then they asked ChatGPT to convert it in using vocabulary of a different level. So in the prompt itself, I was trying to figure out the motivation of the person. Like, what is their discontent? Like, what they're trying to prove. And then that person dropped by, and guess what? It was Occam's razor. The person said, it was just a joke. I was just trying out ChatGPT to see how it would work. I'm like, well, that's a little disappointing. And that's how it ended. It's like a great 30-minute skit, isn't it? The reality is the person didn't care. It was as easy as asking ChatGPT to respond to my video comment in a fancy way, and they did it as a joke or an experiment as opposed to engaging in it. Meanwhile, I spent like 3 hours trying to extract meaning from it and understand the behavior that it is, and it became one of the most obvious behaviors, which was the person doesn't take responsibility for what they say, and they didn't care anyways. That's fine. Like, I didn't. The good news is I had no fixation on presuming that. I actually made a great, wonderful, fun time analyzing a actual use of ChatGPT. Like, that was my first interaction with ChatGPT. I don't teach in school anymore and stuff, so I don't have to read ChatGPT things or maybe like things related to AI and whatnot. But my very first interaction with ChatGPT is that someone used it to reply to a video comment that I made, which it was an analysis and a refuting that person's summation that I only use Duolingo. The assertion was that I don't know anything about Stephen Krashen, which I don't, but I surmised that I might have known a lot about his principles because a person isn't entitled to conceptual understanding of learning all of a sudden. And then after reading it, I respond, and that person was saying, like, well, you don't understand, you're just taking things out of context. And I was like, well, I'm trying to understand it. There's a difference, right? So after that, never heard from the person again. It was very lively in the beginning, Protocol. Before we met, the beginning of the language learning journey was filled with so many interesting interactions that I had to deal with. There were people who genuinely love helping other people, but ultimately they don't stick around because they don't like seeing people learn things. In my opinion, in my honest opinion, they like learning and being the learned person, so they like being useful. Me too. And hear me out. I'm like them if I was in their role. I'm not visible when you don't need me, or you don't want to use me, or I have no use for you. Like, the person don't have use for me because I want to be invisible, but I want to be available. So invisible in the sense that I'm not all up in your grill trying to change your life or something. I want to be available, so as much as possible. So whenever you are out of options or something like that, I don't care if I'm the final option. I want to be at least a option that is available for someone. That's kind of what it means to be reliable, in my opinion. That is what niceness is, right? Sometimes that's something that costs my own livelihood, but is well worth the sacrifice. Being kind is what I try to do most of the time. But in terms of streaming, this is niceness. I want to be seen as a nice streamer, not a kind streamer. It's kind of a weird thing, but a nice streamer is also a kind streamer, but they're only kind when they have to make a decision, right? They are nice when no one's asking them to do anything, right? So I'm nice right now because I'm not paid to do anything. I don't have any other obligations or moral obligations to do this. I know it's not technically true, Prokal. We already talked about my moral things, but it's not visible. People don't know that is my. So it's a little twinge. There's a little ounce of self-servingness in it, right? My moral obligations about young adults and whatnot, but it's rarely made apparent. Yeah, that person did code switching in a different way, Prokal. They literally used a tool to code switch. They didn't code switch themselves, but hear me out. That might be the future. I can earnestly tell you now, if I am part of HR, like if I join a company or something and I work in human resources, without a doubt, that's probably a normal occurrence. That's a regular occurrence. Like when you ask someone to do something or like to report something and you come back and this looks suspiciously like not the way they sound because I've talked to them before, that's probably going to happen. And I don't think it's a bad or a good thing per se. If you can work with it, you can increase efficiency, right? If you can read through ChatGPT on the person's intent, that can be a human trained response to connect with the person in order to maybe even encourage them that they don't need ChatGPT. They can express themselves entirely. Whenever ChatGPT comes up, in my opinion, is a consequence of poor communication skills. Or not necessarily they have poor communication skills, the poor ability to initiate their communication skills, if they have any, because they prefer not to use it. And hear me out, I don't think employers emphasize or play along with it. They would punish you and say, don't use ChatGPT, right? That's fine. Another approach is to ask them why did they use ChatGPT, because earnestly, if you wanted to sway me, right, sway me that you're competent, that's the opposite way of doing it. And that's kind of humorous. I think it's incredibly ironic, and I'm using the ironic unironically. The irony here is that person could have responded cogently with their own upset. They could tell me I sound condescending. They could have said that, well, I'm being disrespectful. Can I change the tone of my attitude? That would have been far more impactful, and I would have been able to compromise and understand and alter my way of speaking than going to ChatGPT and try to one up something that they don't understand. That's in my opinion what happens with AI. The worst side of AI, the cynical side of AI, and then there's a good side of AI, where when someone says, when someone can ask ChatGPT, how do I express this but use the same language that I have, then they can be able to learn about how they naturally communicate and then send something that with the aid of ChatGPT to express in their tone of voice. But no, one does not simply become Henry David Thoreau in like a split second when it was pretty clearly established that that person does not speak like that or have the aptitude of that. I understand code switching is awesome. I do it a lot. But I don't do it in the sense of convenience of argument. I do it because of public appropriateness. As in, you use it because it's useful and appropriate. Like the type of code swapping that people expect, that's doing something because you lack the skills to do it, which is pretty disappointing. And sure enough, that person just basically say, it's not serious, bro. Like, it was just a joke. I was just trying out ChatGPT. Like, well, you did. It's still there, by the way. I don't actually know which comment. At least I don't think it's deleted. It's still there. Which is nice because I can refer to it anytime. Actually, maybe I can even find it. I love these stories. I try to own them. I did sound a bit like I made some concessions. I did sound a bit kind of condescending and whatnot, because early on, those were the only types of comments that I had. Hold up, let me see if I can find it. Oh, and YouTube, that person said that this happens a lot on YouTube. I don't know if you know about this protocol, but YouTube has an auto collapsing and auto hiding system. So this person accused me of deleting the comment, because they couldn't see it. And turns out that it's still there. It's just you have to uncollapse it because YouTube hides spam or hides things that trigger a detector, right? So things like long soliloquies by ChatGPT can trigger that. So they auto hide it actually was very difficult for me to respond to some of the video comments because they were already flagged. They were auto flagged for spam and stuff. So this person did the classical thing where they accuse the channel owner of removing a comment, but it's still there. The incompetence here is that they don't understand that it's there because you have to expand it. YouTube has made it harder for certain comments to show up anymore because rightfully they might be not great for the brand. So hang on, let me see. Let's see if I can find it. It's really big, so I can go through this. In the future, I'll probably do it. Like maybe a marathon. Like when I hit 4 years of language learning, maybe we'll go back and talk about these stories. I'm reading some old ones. They were quite great. Most of the time, it's people trying their best to size me up, which I was fine with that. I was responding in a way that was best to my knowledge, and I still stick to that these days. There were a couple people who spoke to me in Russian, and there was no way I could read it, so I still respond to the best of my ability using Google Translate. Oh. No, I'll have to find it for you. We'll do a segment in the future to celebrate like an anniversary or something. I used to do this because I got more video comments before. Now I don't get any video comments. So whenever there's a video comment that shows up, I save all my stories and my things that I prep for that person. So Seika Quest, the developer of Kotoba Dash, was the recipient of all that energy, I suppose. Yeah. I must have skipped over it. There's like big blocks of text, but most of them deal with like people telling me what's the best way to do things, and I keep asking them, can I ask what you do? Right? Because earnestly, it doesn't like I'm disinterested in what's the best way to do things. I'm interested in what they're doing themselves. Because I'm not asking what other people think. I'm interested in what they think. So if they think I'm an idiot, why would I listen to them? Right? That's kind of one of the biggest comments. Like I mean, I didn't say it in quite those words, but that is one of the first starting points. Is like, if you're talking to me like a child, why would I listen to you? Now, hear me out. I could be a child, and that's a different story. But then there's other moral and ethical concerns with that. But since I'm not a child, and you talk to me like a child, let's start with there. Like, and my first comments would be asking them like, I didn't say I do this. I only do this, right? But you're presuming that. And then there's like, well, I didn't presume that. Like, then why you ask that? And they don't answer. They don't answer that question, why they ask that, right? They would say something like, oh, I've seen it all before. My personal friends, like, but I'm not your friend. Right? It would be something else if you actually know who I was, but anytime I ask them, what do you know about me? They don't answer that question. They answer that they have another person You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of the most unintentional, discriminatory thing that I lived growing up. Is the idea that when you have a token example of someone, you can't explain what you're seeing, you explain through the concept of that token. And you know what? I play up that most of the time when it's correct. You know, when someone says, "Oh, hey, I know this Chinese guy, and they eat rice every day, for every single meal," and I'm like, "I do too. That's kind of neat. What a coincidence." And then sometimes they would say like, "Oh, all Duolingo users are idiots," and I'm like, "Oh, okay. I mean, I'm using Duolingo right now. What makes you think I'm an idiot?" And they're like, "Well, I know this friend who I know my friend, my best friend, who used Duolingo for 3 years, and I kept telling them that Duolingos are for idiots, and sure enough, they never learned to speak after 3 years." It's like, so you're telling me that you have a friend that you think is an idiot, and you keep trying to stop them from doing something that keeps them learning the language, but you're saying it's not learning and it doesn't help them learn. And therefore, you did nothing about it because you kept trying to fight them, or you just let it go and use them as an example to gaslight someone else. Are you sure you're their friend? And then hear me out. If you can do that to your friend, and I'm a stranger, what does that say about anything you say to me? Social awareness. That is like observational skills, right? When you're talking about how to tell someone who knows how to communicate that you don't know how to communicate, that is probably one of those great examples. How someone could use an example but not observe what's in front of them to talk to the person in front of them. This is talking at, right? The difference between talking at someone or even against someone, let alone with someone. And to me, that's what most of these comments are. I'll have to do like my favorite, all-time favorites or something like that. Or most, like different video comments, like a breakdown of my video comments. There are not a lot of them. I think there are less than 100 video comments per year, something like that. So I can pretty much accumulate them. It's unbelievably weird, in my opinion. I still have trouble empathizing with people's logic these days. Like, here's one that happens far more often now. Someone comes to me and they talk about my streaming stuff, right? They say, "Oh, hey, you have a nice looking stream, etc." and whatnot. And they're actually there's some idiosyncrasies in there to determine that they're not automated. They're not an automated bot system. And they would say, "Oh, hey, would you care for some artwork, like with your stream?" And I'm like, "Okay. May I ask, how do you know that I need art? How do you know that I might be interested in artwork? What happened?" The person was like, "Well, you might, if you take a look at it, you might like it." And I'm like, "No, that's how the internet works. That's not how I work." You see, the greatest thing about having confirmation of the things you think is happening is having actual anecdotes that reinforce it. But I have to keep myself humble, because while I do understand how the internet works, it also affects how people interact with each other. And one of the really gnarly, sobering encounters I have on a regular basis when it comes to like people, like honest people who are trying to make a living and etc. versus scams as well, is that you do not use your experience and investment of people first. You use exposure as a way to gain trust. Unfortunately, I'm not one of those people. You have to gain trust. Like, you have my respect. Everyone has my respect by default. But trust is earned. Right. That's different. I think a lot of times people think trust and respect are the same thing. Like, you deserve people's respect. It's like, I agree with you. You deserve my respect. I give it by default. Respect is something for you to lose, but trust is for something you're privileged to gain or earn. So you have the privilege to earn my trust, but you have the entitlement to my respect. Those are the things. And when it comes to talking to people, especially business transactions or like advice, trust is rarely ever gained. It's exposure. So how do you do exposure? You tell people of your accolades, or you tell people of other people's accolades, and then by that mere exposure, that's sufficient to gain trust. And no, not for me. So I want to say sorry, but I'm not sorry about this. Trust is the layer in which transactions, decision making happens. Anecdotes being very impactful where people seem to have a big drawback, both for when the anecdote reinforces something they know to be true, yep, as well as something you believe is true without you knowing it's true. Exactly. Double edge. So the way I tend to sober up most of the time is to take yourself out of the equation and try to observe it in a situation outside yourself, right? And that is what keeps me sober about most things. It's incredibly humbling. It feels great. Like the example that I said about ChatGPT and that kid, right? It feels super satisfying, and I can understand why the internet works so well with algorithms. But, you know, you thought you'd get a final chat in before you finally nod off to listening to you. All right. Yeah. Pro call. Definitely get your sleep. We'll have plenty of other chats. I'm kind of curious. Hear me out before you go to bed or nod off. I love being at university, and it's not necessarily because of the content. This is like anti content creation right now. Sorry for the content creators. Content is really great too. But the thing about being at a university is you have the opportunity to be around people, and almost obligatorily around people, but they're not necessarily obligatory to service you, and you aren't obligatorily servicing them. So the wonderful thing about university is it's a gold mine to explore yourself in the context of everyone else. And in a way, that used to be what I felt that YouTube was like. Those parasocial relationships, they were varied. They had diversity in them. Like, we're not talking about cultural diversity necessarily. It can be cultural diversity, but it can also be how the same similar people cope with things in different ways. Those are very great learning experiences. So hear me out. This leads up to the preface of what I'm going to say. It would be interesting if every so often, Procol, being mindful in the university setting, I'm curious if you can share with me some stories or observations that you've learned by looking, or like maybe incorporating around during your experience at a university. In my opinion, being interested for other reasons, like for myself, like my personal requests, makes it so that it's interesting to go to class. You know, it's another thing to add to the stack. Like, why go to class? Why join a study group? Why participate in club activities and whatnot? You can observe people. You can interact with people. You can have some people notice you and help you out. Like that type of stuff, it doesn't happen anymore on the internet, in my opinion. It's an echo chamber. You select yourself into things now. So you never get an experience outside of yourself most of the time. Or you seldomly get experience outside yourself. Unless you want to be a streamer, that's another thing. But there's strong self-selection even in streaming. Like, I won't get someone talking about Slay the Spire all of a sudden if I'm doing this, right? It's usually self-selected. But if you place yourself in a public forum, that can increase the chance of variety. That's why I choose to learn this way, in my opinion. We can interact, right? You and I met each other despite you have no interest in learning another language, or like at least Japanese or Chinese at the moment, right? That's what I think university is great. It was the first time I was away from the nest, and spending time around people was, if you're inherently intellectual and inquisitive, that's why universities are supposed to attract scholarly and intellectually interested people, and that's where you get your sample size. Unfortunately, it doesn't help you with internet interactions, but you and we can talk about it, because I don't belong solely to the internet generation, right? And for the internet generation, it's very scary, it's very anxiety inducing, but it's also incredibly rewarding because it's incredibly challenging, right? At least that type of logic checks out for the internet generation. But for now, you don't have a source of that. I don't think the internet is the proper place for that. Like, someone could come by and say, well, I'm very culturally aware, right? I'm very culturally aware. I have the internet. It represents all of the culture. It's like, well, you know that the internet has representation of all the culture. That doesn't mean you're doing any of it, right? You're not actually participating in it or being in that environment. You know of the environment, not in the environment. So when someone tells me they know a lot of Japanese, so therefore they can teach, it's like, but have you taught? Because you don't talk to people like you have taught. You providing advice like you're an internet expert, and that's not a bad thing. An internet expert knows a lot of a topic. That doesn't necessarily mean they practice the topic. And here, this is how I learn a target language. And this is how I learn to make meaning from my actions. Is it exciting? No. Does it take 30 minutes to cover 3 years of work? No, it does not. It actually takes 3 years, because what takes 3 years takes 3 years. So, trust doesn't happen in a blink of an eye. Trust doesn't come cheap. Heck, for most people, they don't even give respect by default. Like, if I were gonna talk to my people of my generation, I suppose you have to earn respect as well. But I understand online that mutual respect is an entitlement. It's not so much of an entitled thing. It's actually a right. So I give respect by default. Once you lose that respect, though, it's very difficult to regain. However, trust is something that is not optional. It's not offered by default. And yes, you can sound very friendly and respectful without trusting the person. That's basically telling them that you understand what they're saying, but you pass on collaborating or working with them, right? I talked about, I started reflecting upon this yesterday, as you're nodding off. I reflect upon this yesterday where I did constructive criticism, but I think that's as typically as far as I go until I can establish trust with someone. So I'm openly nice and respectful when it comes to providing non-professional commentary and constructive criticism in the capacity that it deals with a non-collaborative, like limited liability situation. But it takes a monumental task, that it's a personal selfish ask, that if I end up ever collaborating with someone ever again, they would need my trust first. They would have to earn my trust. And that can be a very tough thing. I think the best way I can say this is I'm friends with a lot of people, but both them and I were probably independent people, and trust is very difficult between independent people, because that also means collaborating on that level. So it's not like a tough thing. I think the stuff that I'm talking about in terms of collaboration is a little bit higher, or like harder to achieve. So like what can seem like trust to other people is not trust to me. Like one of the trust things is limited liability. Both parties are responsible regardless of who the catalyst is. That is when I collaborate with someone. Prioritizing the person before the outcome. So that trust has to be established in a business oriented way prior to entering a business transaction. That came up because of the mini project we did. Like, yes, certainly my constructive criticism could be seen as effort, and it could be seen as trying to place my professional integrity in the line, but it's like minor because I'm not the one who has effect on the final outcome of the product. Like what I mean is I don't make the final decisions or have a part in the final decision. If I do, that person I'm working with, who have equal responsibility in it, and both of us have our professional integrities on the line. And nope, it's rare to find that type of thing. It takes many years to cultivate, and that's probably why I don't make products and not part of a business transaction willy-nilly. Anyways, let's get into this. Perfect timing before I start. All right.
理論
You don't. Oh no, wait, that's theory. Theory, logic. Theory, logic. Oh yeah. What? Oh,
夢
I type ume instead of yume. Dang it. It's probably like
犯す
okasu. Yes. Okay. Heck. Dang it. What is... I thought that was... Oh.
経験
Yeah, can. The heck with... Or like expert? No, it's like experienced. Or experiences? Oh, experience. Okay, okay.
き
Ye- Uh,
生まれる
水害
1個
equal. You are...
余裕
you. Okay.
機械
Kai. Wait. Hold up. There's too many keys. Wait.
電子機器
Denshiki. I was thinking in my head, it's like, what are the Denkiki? Like, there's too many keys. Sorry. Denshiki. Denshiki. Electronic machine. Okay, fine. Hmm. Like, again. Okay. Ain't no way that's Yubiyatsu. No. Like Zaibatsu? No. It might actually be. What is the onyomi? Problem is I don't know the on, or it could be the kunyomi or atsu. What sounds good? Atsu is definitely onyomi for that one. Atsu can be kunyomi as well, but it's not that one. Atsui is kunyomi, not that atsu. This is pressure. So we're using onyomi, yatsu,
指圧
like finger pressure, or inan. What? Oh no, wait, that is typed correctly. Huh. Hmm. I thought I understood. I think it's the left character that is fucking up. What does this mean? I guess this means very difficult, maybe. Difficult. Hmm. I think I might have. It's got to be a spelling error. There's nothing else other than Hinan.
避難
Hinan. Hinan. But just go with difficult. Dang it. Hinan. Okay. What is more difficult than difficult? Oh, wait. I guess the left character has something. Probably criticism. Difficult injustice to take criticism. I think complaints worked. I see why I added complaint. What the heck? What?
個人
Kojin. Okay. I don't remember Kojin. I mean, it makes sense, but I don't remember that. This is 確かに 確かに
確かに
確かに確かに確かに I want to say like something about it really is, or certain, or okay. Oh,
み
me. Me. Just kidding. What am I thinking when I type that? Oh. Ah. What? Wait. Just kidding.
自信
Seen. The moment I read it out, it didn't sound right. Ketsuatsu. Oh, this doesn't have shortening.
血圧
Ketsuatsu. Raises my blood pressure.
公害
Kolgai. Kolgai. Other Atsu. No, not Atsu. Oh no, Zairyu. No? Zairyu.
在留
Zairyu. You had to wake yourself up. As you remember, you had all 4 attacks left for your clan wars. You're going to do them and then go to sleep. Our clan is now 440th in the world. Awesome. Listen, Procol. Live service responsibly. I say this, but between you and me, no one will ever know. Procol. Here's a little dirty secret. Since P5X introduced tasks, you allocate and dispatch people and there's a timer on them. Sometimes I sleep for 4 hours and I wake up and I assign a new task and then I go back to sleep. Which, by the way, here's another fun little secret. Live service do these things a lot. Hank Green collaborated with an app developer where they took this advantage as a way to discourage people to be attached on their smartphone. So what they did was they created a game in the reverse process. Basically, in order to progress in the game, is to commit more time away from the phone, away from the app. Isn't that brilliant? When you just turn the thing on its head. So basically, you have this little cute little like avatar that you can buy things for him, but you have to commit time to let the little cute little sprout work and study and do things. That means you have to not pay attention to them. Let time pass. I mean, you could stare at it and watch it like do its work and stuff, but it's the reverse mindset. The actual mechanic of waiting and then ascribing and doing live service is still exactly the same, but the mindset is different. Now you're saying, I need a break from this. Such a brilliant little change. But kudos to Hank Green, by the way. And guess what? Almost all proceeds go to a charity. That's per usual. And helping the developer, of course, but on their end, right? Isn't that great? Sorry. Live service is a really deep topic. We'll save for another time. It's a secret between you and me. No one will ever know unless they watch this video, but no one will ever know, you know? Alright.
お尻
CD. The holy butts. Is this Zai? What in the... Oh, it's probably
罪
me.
犯罪
Hanzai. Ah? Okay. $440th. I'm part of a top 100 Carpenio. Number 89. I think that was a lot. Unrelated game, obviously. I'm talking about A5X. Live service responsibly is a good point. However, you don't think you'll get into the top 500 best scoring degrees, but your clan is top 500, so by using basic logic, it would be better to value my clan over my degree. What is a Carpenio? It's the Carpenio or Compenio, sorry. Compenios is the guild. It's the name for guild in P5X. The top 100. I could wiggle my way. I picked a guild that didn't require to be on Discord. So all the other guilds required Discord and like stuff. So I didn't like go for a top 50 guild or go for a top 100. And then obviously I'm free to play. So you have to join a guild or compendio that would accept people that are free to play and also don't participate in Discord. So getting a top 100 is the top 3 tiers, and top 50 would be the last tier, and then you have the top 10, but that's 99th percentile DOE, and you can't free to play up that. And other than that, all the other stuff, we're still in the top bracket. Still in the top bracket. Satisfaction. Don't listen. Clan wars over your degree. You can turn. Maybe you could turn your degree to be about clan wars. You wouldn't know. Why would being free to play mean some guild will reject you? The top 99th percentile is unachievable competitively without being able to buy things in the game. There is a diminished return at the top for rewards. So you get like 95 to 90, like you get 95% of all rewards playing free to play. This is why I like P5X's design. But at the same time, for bragging rights, it's a disproportionate amount of money. Because it's early in the life cycle. This game has an accelerated schedule and it's early in the life cycle. So your legacy can't offset that yet. Maybe another 2 or 3 years that and if the game continues to become more popular, then you can become the 99th percentile and it's not rejected. But for now, I would say, if I had to guess, average of $500 to $1,000 USD to reach that score setting. Also, the fact that you were able to type 2 chats close together is because you won my battle. You're quickly loading into your final battle, and if I win, I've had a flawless day. Nice. Then you can sleep even better, right? Knowing that you had a flawless day. Hopefully you don't get too like pumped or something. I totally do that, by the way. And it's totally worth for me. As long as you go to sleep saying it's worth, I think that's a win. Right? Maybe a little bit too enabling, but yeah, that's what happens when live service gets you. I'm always at the cusp. I deliberately don't do more than I have to reach the top bracket. You know, before as you finish your last battle, it's kind of like looking at tax brackets and investment ratios. You want to do just enough to get to the bottom of the bracket you desire, but you also don't want to do too much to go into the next bracket in which you have to compete or expend money disproportionately. Right? Yeah. Yep. Exactly. So, understand that when you get into a bracket, you're doing enough to mitigate diminished return, and then not too much to acquire heavy expenses or diminished return in the expenditure. So being free to play means I have to understand that. So that's why the guild and the rejection and understanding where to go and stuff. Yeah, you have to understand that where is your cutoff in diminished return. My diminished return is that to gain like 5% more rewards is to spend to keep up. That's fine. That's okay. And then it also helps to understand when I can tell people like, no, you can be top bracket with as long as the game remains accessible for me to be top bracket without spending money. I think the game qualifies as my qualification that its design is not predatorial in that regards, in the accessibility department. It might be predatorial in the marketing department, but that's not my concern because I don't interact with the marketing department too much. I can make commentary on it though. Yeah. Fun stuff. Oh no. Something. What? Oh, I really thought that was it. It's not Cole? Is it she? Son of a dingus? What is the left thing? Wait. Hold. Really thought it was. Oh no, wait. It's Kozai. Oh, what? Alright. I clearly am not exist child, and what is that? Arches and child. I don't understand. Oh, Sonzai.
存在
Sonzai. Okay. The heck? What? What? That's a tombstone. Thread. Passage of time. The heck? It's gotta be like a shortening. It's probably a shortening.
KU.
KU. Figures. That chat was your attempt to type while in the battle. You did lose, so not flawless, but still a good battle day. I see. You may have woken yourself up too much from that. Oh, okay. But you have hope that your stream can help you sleep soon. The mix of not talking for a while and then talking for a while is something you find relaxing. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Oh boy. What if I told you I was in a top 100? No, I'm kidding. I haven't played Clan Wars. I saw people play Clan Wars. What is this? Message of time and reason. Oh no. Omise? I that doesn't help. Osaka is something. Logic. Is that like I remember having problems with this, right? Oh, I can use the sounds to connect the meaning. Cake and yort via that one's different. That one sucks. What the What? How does this work? I thought it was like do. Is that not Lu? What else could it be? Oh no, it's not Lu, it's Do. No.
経路
Kedo. Now we have I think I might be misinterpreting thread and tombstone. I thought it was like passage, right? I'm pretty sure it's passage. So we have passage and way. It would be a route.
在外
Zaigai. Okay. What is happening here? Well, I accept yo. I thought it was huh. A cross? How is that not How's that not key? No. Yo something. Oh no wait. This could be measure or something. Oh, calculate. Yeah.
余計
It's still surplus, no? Or maybe even like this or more than needed. Yeah, unneeded surplus. More than needed. Because you're calculating a surplus. Shitsu. Ooh. Ooh. Hold up. Ooh. Yeah. It's gone. It's gone. uh Sorry, you can't get this off your mind to sleep. You meant to say thank you for the Discord message about our prior discussion. I don't know if you were tired or anything when you sent the message. There was quite a few errors in the message, but nothing that couldn't decide. Wait. What happened? What did I type? Oh, you mean that stuff? Oh, no, it's because I had a lot to type. Nah, I just didn't go back and talk, correct all of them. We're just typing. That's what happens when you're thinking faster than you're typing. It is because there's just a lot of thoughts. In fact, I think those errors that were in the message, there might be a chance you might gleam at what I was thinking. Usually errors mean that I had two thoughts going on at the same time. So sometimes like errors is because I was flopping between two ways of saying something. If it's like one typographical error, then it's more like, oh yeah, you know where that is. But if it's like a conceptual thing, it'd be kind of interesting to see if anyone ever like if anyone can decipher what I was thinking. It's not like that I remember it, by the way. I'm not saying I would be able to remember it, but it would be interesting to look back. Yeah, it was a super interesting topic. Still is today. Well, I don't know if you're gonna hear this, but this thing about fiber, soluble fiber, and like squeezing fruit juice and stuff, that has been age-old question when blenders were around, when smoothies came into being, like juicing things, juicers and whatnot came into being. That's where they had those like long things that you like smash the entire fruit into it versus the non-fruit thing. And then there was that whole controversy about how fruit juice stays consistent because it's made deliberately to omit things and include things. That's why when you're comparing prepackaged fruit juice with fruit juice that you make from a machine, they are not equivalent. So whenever someone says they're comparing fruit juice with an orange, no matter what, the fruit juice that's pre-prepared will be different from the fruit juice, unless you're talking about making the fruit juice yourself. Things like this. So if you suck the orange juice from an orange, is insignificantly different from squeezing. Yeah, because you're not eating the thing. I always when you say, so you suck the orange from an is significantly insignificant. Oh, I see. Yeah, I was trying to say it in a positive way originally, but then I decided to say it. So the word. So if you suck the orange juice from an orange, it's negligibly significant, is what I was about to type, but I was like, that sounds wordy. So I wanted to say insignificantly different, but that's a double negative. So both of them are not that great. So it would be easier to say it's negligibly different from the squeezed orange juice from the orange and drinking it that way. But instead what happened was it's two clusters of double negatives, or a negative and a positive. So that was terrifying. And that was an interesting, still is today. It was only a few days ago when we talked about it. Sorry, I just find that funny. Oh no, I'm talking about, that was in, yeah, by the context, but I meant in a historical manner. Like it still is today, is because it's interesting. It's an interesting topic it's interesting that it is still today. It is an interesting topic today because that topic has been explored 10 to 20 years ago, when blenders and self-juicers and appliances were actually even further back, probably when the health craze happened with like the liquid diet, the cleansing, the juice cleanses and stuff. That dialogue came up like about 2 decades ago, and then even before that, 30 years before that, when the blender was created, the home appliance blender, there was this idea of what's the difference between like grinding all of the fruits and only juicing the fruit itself. You lose most of the nutrients, and most of the nutrients that people talk about that lowers glycemic index or is to decrease glycemic load, which are, I didn't know those are those technical words. I have no idea what those technical words meant before our discussion, but now that I know, I can sort of use it. So the glycemic index is high when you're consuming the juice, but the load goes down if the soluble fiber is added with it. And usually when people think of eating an orange, they're talking about eating the soluble fibers with the orange, and the fruit juice is minus the fibers. So that's where I was like, oh, okay, I mean, I agree with you on the one hand, and then I disagreed because they're not the same thing. So if you like pull out the whole thing, the digestive system isn't something one would generally imagine to have so much unknown about it as it does. Yeah, it really does. And one of the biggest things that is unknown about the digestive system is the microbiota, the bacterium, right? Our digestive system is, I'm going to be cheeky here, Procol. Our digestive system is outside our body. So our body is almost, you could argue our body is almost easier to understand and it's limited than the microbiota that exist in your gut. Like the colonies of bacteria is like several lifetimes and generations of studying, because each colonal bacteria has its own properties versus like the a little bit more homogeneous nature, maybe arguably more homogeneous nature of the human body, which is our cells. So a lot of the complexity actively deals with how soluble fibers interact with the microbiota. And then most of the time people say eat soluble fibers because it's healthy for your gut bacteria, right? It's a mystery, very much a mystery still. That's why smoothies still exist in a specific form for older people. Ensure things that are fortified with soluble fibers is still like that wonderful, mostly positive win-win situation. So when you get older, just putting soluble fiber in your water and stuff, they can be tasteless because it's not necessarily digested in your system, but it can promote proper bowel movements and cultivate your microbiota. So oftentimes one of the safe things now to consider when it comes to fruit juice is hopefully you're supplementing soluble fibers somewhere else. Yeah, and beyond just understanding how each colony works, also knowing how the colonies react to each other. That's just one example. Yeah, it's like, before you go to bed, like the Men in Black episode, not Men in Black, but the Men in Black movie, like this, I think it's the end of the second movie where they're like, oh, you just don't know the half of it, and then like Tommy Lee Jones opens the locker, and the locker opens out of a locker of a bigger universe, because the whole movie was that they were taking care of a universe the size of their necklace, right? So there's a whole universe contained within the universe that you live in. So the microbiota in every single human to constitute as an entire environment itself, right? So then the devil's in the details and the nature of the scale, but or like a Rick and Morty episode where Rick designed a micro universe to generate the power for his car. Yeah, you've seen that. It's funny that you bring that up as you watch the Men in Black movies not that long ago. Yeah, exactly. So that's the thing about relativity, right? The complexity is relative to its resolution. That sounds like slavery with extra steps. That episode was absolutely brilliant. I love that, because if you think about it, that's how it works. If you personify water molecules, if you personify kinetic energy, it's like, well, who's to say that they don't? If they're thinking about it, it's like, well, you're basically just using us for the energy pass-through. It's like, what the heck, dude? Free of charge, right? That's kind of like, it's a really poetic episode. I love that episode where the micro universe and then the micro universe invents another micro universe, and it's a play on words. It's like mini verse, and then like you just keep getting smaller and smaller, and that's how you appreciate the complexity of stuff. But imagine that every human houses a micro universe of bacteria, right? We're walking mini universes, mini ovens for bacteria growth. And one thing I can stand by, it might go in the top 5. There are only a few absolutes that I still go by, maybe to my dying days before research changes it all up or something. Walking, and probably soluble fibers in your diet as you're getting older. So if there's a longevity thing that is low effort and probably gonna hold up to experimentation, probably walking and finding sources of soluble fiber. So if you're drinking fruit juice and you notice it says 0 fiber, you can throw in some benefiber. Like, they're absolutely tasteless. So and I misspoke too. It's psyllium husk. I said mycelium husk. I don't know why I thought it was mycelium, but psyllium husk. Any source of fiber, like if you're concerned with your fruit juice, you can effectively sorta lower the glycemic load by drinking less fruit juice, but increasing the fiber content, the soluble fiber content of the juice. Because if you think about it, how many, like if you're gonna squeeze the juice out of a orange, how much of that juice are you gonna get? Pour that much volume, then add the fiber to substitute for the missing fiber, and then you actually have the orange if you were to eat the orange. So then you kind of normalize the analogy. So the question is, and I don't know the answer to this, if you had fruit juice and then you add soluble fiber, is that healthier than eating the orange? Then those would be comparable, right? Then we have controlled for the different sources of the stuff. So ultimately, in my older age, as I'm growing older, if I'm getting like kind of a bit of constipation or like trying to preserve my GI, I would throw in some fiber, right? You got to make sure to keep it so that you're regular, right? That's one of the things. And when you're keeping regular, it also unintentional, maybe like as a bonus, it does actually keep glycemic load lower overall. So you win-win. If you're a bit concerned, and eating soluble fibers and insoluble fibers for that matter, they kind of come hand in hand, also reduces your appetite. Or it gives, not necessarily reduces your appetite, I misspoke. It gives you a feeling of satiety. So it may promote fullness, which technically may reduce appetite. And reducing appetite is still going to lower your glycemic load across the day. So though a lot of the stuff kind of are related to each other in terms of behavioral patterns. That's kind of nice. Anyways, that's a whole different story. The idea is I have a behavioral pattern that can hopefully support that whole discussion we had about glycemic index. I do consume and spike my sugar blood levels, but it's funny enough that the pattern I have is actually often a temporary fix or temporary way to mitigate diabetic problems and symptoms. So I don't know how that works. I didn't read too much into that after that. Like, how does intermittent fasting, despite having a closed window, so it has something to do with probably thresholds and like crossing the threshold, and it's unlikely to cross a threshold at once, so it's more about chronic high blood sugar levels versus a narrow spike, and that's why IF, like a pattern that mimics IF, actually is more conducive to reducing or not promoting diabetic, like insulin insensitivity, despite having an outrageous spike every single day. Like in maybe in another 3 hours, I'm gonna have a humongous spike in my blood sugar. And that's not even from added sugar, it's just from consuming a high amount of glucose, like carbohydrates, so that I don't like start losing weight and getting weaker from a severe calorie deficit. Oh, and I also misspoke something in that discussion too. I said caloric deficit, I meant caloric restriction. They're kind of similar. The idea of caloric restriction is to consistently try to aim for minimizing calories. That often triggers caloric deficits, but generally caloric restriction is a little different. It's to minimize caloric intake as a principle, not losing weight. Caloric deficit would be reducing your caloric intake to the point of failing for maintenance. But caloric restriction kind of overlaps with that to some extent. But caloric restriction is to minimize caloric consumption, but still be functional, like incredibly functional in the sense that you're still maximizing your function or your calories burned. So the idea is to become very efficient with your calories. And caloric restriction has this idea or this principle of extending life because you're minimizing cellular respiration, which has a byproduct of reactive species and whatnot. So burning a lot has some correlation with a decrease in longevity, but that is a very, very reductive. It's a very reductive way of looking at it, which is interesting because the founder, if I remember correctly, the founder of caloric restriction also passed away due to cancer at prematurely, but they didn't like spend their entire life calorically restricted. There's always this idea that caloric restriction may significantly extend the life of someone by reducing their intake, and I often think about it from more of a philosophical perspective. Like, if you spend most of your life restricting the wonders of consuming food and experiencing food, how many years would you give up for the joy of that? And that comes with a philosophical take. Like, if ultimately, which hasn't been done in human experimentation, right? Self-imposed human experiment, so choice people make. If it's like 5 years of my life to spend most of my life enjoying consuming food and the joys of food, philosophically, I would give that up. I would give 5 years for improving the experience of eating, having to eat, right? And needing to eat for the rest of my years. So, and you can't rule out that the satisfaction, the mental and emotional satisfaction of consuming foods and enjoying your life's enhancing the quality of life, or the depiction of the quality of life, may contribute to longevity as much as making all those sacrifices for science, or like, you know, scientific optimization. That's kind of one of those things, like there's often a wild card in here for human experiences. And one thing that is so internally hard to quantify is that the emotional You can't rule out the complexity of stress stimuli and their impact, their global impact on human decision making that leads ultimately to contribute to longevity. So it's one of those constant ethical and moral dilemmas. How do you know that optimizing your life for another 5 years of longevity based on science is worth the mental stress and pleasures that one may give up at the cost of longevity as well? So, such a interesting, nearly unquantifiable thing for the time being. For the time being. Although one can argue if caloric restriction was standardized and normalized, ignorance is bliss. So if you are unaware and not made ignorant and sheltered from those potential pleasures, would you miss them in the first place? And it wouldn't trigger a stress response. It's kind of like if you didn't see that the grass is greener on the other side, does your longevity do you not suffer a longevity hit? Like, does it mitigate the longevity hit? That's gonna be, in my opinion, nearly impossible with the way the technology is going for the time being. But if the human condition reaches singularity, then I could see it being possible. So if everyone thinks singularity, right? If a singularity approaches on any of the principles of human life and condition, then you would be none the wiser. Then you can optimize it. When humans become singularities, then standardization can happen, even at the point of emotional stress, right? If everyone thinks that drinking, I don't know, eating oranges is the single best thing you can do for your life, then it's none the wiser. You don't entertain the idea that you can enjoy oranges in a different form, right? Then there wouldn't be a stressor. There wouldn't be a psychological stressor. FOMO, right? FOMO being one of them. Nervousness, anxiousness, fatalism, nihilism, those things would maybe, conceptually subside. So you wouldn't get stressors like cortisol and whatnot that have ripple effects through your quality of life. Like, how much is sacrificing the joys of drinking coffee have an impact on someone's functionality, or gains in functionality would be at the cost, would also come back to affect their longevity. So difficult to unravel that stuff. All right. Anyways, so what am I missing here? I'm missing the right? It's side.
臭い
Okay. Huh. Is this like raging? So like, dang it! It's entrapped, right? Oh no, is this to bully or something? No, like to be distressed. So what am I being distressed? Oh. On. Aru.
困る
性格
What the 性格
自在
is I self existence? Consciousness? Self existence. Oh, maybe like self-control. What? It's oh, full control at will. Okay, okay. That's fair. That's fair. I got you.
圧力
Vidyoku. Influence? What? Okay, pressure is fine too. But influence could be a pivot. I immediately type coal. Why did I go to coal? Let's go with it. It failed me.
共犯者
Yohansha. 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 Every time I think of accomplice, I think no 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 Batman. Sorry. I just had to do it. I think of Robin, but there's only a Batman theme. Actually, I'm not sure Robin has a theme like that back in the day. Accomplice, sidekick. Because accomplices, vigilantes, they're called sidekicks because it's heroes, but a lot of the heroes are vigilantes, and vigilantes have accomplices. That's their sidekick. It's also the theme of Persona 5. All of them are thieves, and they have accomplices because they're vigilantes. Let's see. Vigilantes with an asterisk, a paranormal asterisk. I think one of the little nods to the way Persona universe is made is that oftentimes if you put a separation, a mental and figurative separation between what they can and cannot do, it makes the vigilantism a bit more celebratory and palpable because they're compartmentalized. For example, while there are real world consequences or like figurative but grounded real world consequences of the acts of the vigilantism from the Persona cast, they are the ones that can only interact with that type of that type of thing. So it's not quite the same vigilantism. There's no dialogue of, but would just leave it up to the people who are responsible for it to do something about it. Well, they can't in a paranormal universe, right? So that's kind of one way to segregate and compartmentalize that off-putting feeling, of which Batman, shows like Batman and comic book series like Batman has to tangle with, because there is justice and order and whatnot, and the vigilantes are competing with that. They are disrupting justice and order, despite corruption being part of the order and whatnot. In Persona, all of the vigilantism is outside the realm with no overlapping oversight, so more palpable and maybe even celebratory. Although that's been a theme for fictional writing for a while now. Like Robin Hood. Like Robin Hood is a vigilante, but Robin Hood is doing something in a social context that no one else can do anything about it. Like the oppressed can't actually do anything about it. So that vigilantism is celebrated because there isn't a counterforce. There isn't a conflict of interest with other people as much. Batman, on the other hand, Batman has the police force, the Gotham PD. They both seek to do something, but you have an insurmountable condition to make it seem like only one person can achieve the outcome. Such an interesting dynamic. I do enjoy that part of Batman, like especially the Batman series of comics. What happens when two people have conflicting solutions, but they don't necessarily have a conflict of interest in the sense of the outcome? They have a common goal, but they have a conflict of interest of how to achieve it. Do you choose cooperation, or did you choose self-righteousness and indignation? Cute. Cute and sobering. Oh. And what is the danger thing? I want to say it's key. That's like kiji. Oh, kiki.
危機
Kiki. What the heck is kiki? Like corrupt? Corruption? Dangerous machine. It's just like bad all around. Maybe like a calamity. Or like a catastrophe. It's something like something bad, but expressed in a different way. What is a systemic problem? A systemic danger, a crisis, which is still catastrophe and calamity and stuff. They're all very, very much elicit the same thing. This is probably tsuma.
妻
Tsuma. Tsuma. How did the break thing work? What the heck was suit skin? Oh no, spirit. Oh wait, this is spirit, right?
Higai.
Ingai. How do you just harm? I'm literally asking myself, how do you incur harm? What is this? I'm gonna say the. Dang it. Oh, is this like? Oh no. It's not setsu. It's like. Oh. Oh no. How do you like? I remember. I sort of remember it. Like you. Oh, I thought it was Zetsu. Oh, maybe it's not. Oh, this is. Oh, this is toppling. Knock down, or knock over, or fall down. Like, how do you topple? Fall over? How do you like trip? What? 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 How? What other way can you say fall down? Knock over? It's all of these things. I refuse whatever they decide to choose for this. How do I... What's another way to say... Maybe like... Overthrow is probably it. Alright. Collapse. Fall down. Fall over. Topple over. Collapse. Right. That's too pedantic. Overthrow. Too pedantic. Seki mawari? Seki mawari. What the heck?
先回り
Mawari. First? What in the previous? Iwamari shite. So you can suru? To return to previous, so like go back to the like return first, return. What is this? We have Ato ka. What the Ato ka. Patoka. Wow. What the heck is patoka? It just sounds like parking car. Okay. Saki mawari shite 白い車に向かった。Oh no. I'm like, yes, no, immediately denied. Dip first. Revolve. I just wait. Think about it later.
無害
Okay. Harmless.
実在
Uzai. Okay. Oops. Ah! Oh, wait. Or
妻子
Saishi, wife and children. I want to say it's Fusegu. What? Oh, no. Fusugu. It isn't. Oh, it might be Fuse, but it's not the right one. Is this the... Something like to prevent from being... You're doing bowling to prevent something. You just don't feel tired enough to sleep still. You're gonna get up and do something menial until you feel tired. You'll listen to your stream while you do. You hope that both things will stack your body. Yeah. If you already one of I don't know if this what the consistency of success for this is, but if you spent like a questionable amount of time, like 20 minutes to 30 minutes in an area that you're supposed to be sleeping, the healthiest response is to get up and do something and then try to repeat the process afterwards, because being restless in a place that you're supposed to be restful can create long, like, habitual feedback. So yeah, I totally agree. That's definitely the one way to go about it. Some quality of sleep is still is arguably debatable than long inappropriate quality of sleep, like quantity of sleep, right? So totally understand that approach. I do the same myself. I feel like it's Fusegu. It's gotta be Fusegu.
防ぐ
Oh, it is Fuges. What did I type the first time? How did I screw that up? I even said it a couple times. What? I demand a recount. The heck? What? How is this not? Whoops. That's close, but not quite right. Ooh, wait. I don't know where the change is. What is this? From the very tail end, so just the end. Cycle. I'm glad you also agree with your approach. Any other tips to induce sleepfulness would be appreciated, but don't go to the effort of looking it up or anything. I have some things, but they're more like lifestyle things. If you do find yourself less and less, I think this is self-induced, obviously. For this particular situation, it's obviously remove the stimuli, right? However, I think one that is harder to quantify when it comes to like tips or advice or whatnot. My classical sharing is that you gotta an alternative way to make it a win-win or a holistic approach is to make your current day during the day more productive. So like instead of taking away things, like I'm sure you can go online and find plenty of ways to take away things, like, oh yeah, turn off your smartphone before going to bed, don't look at your blue screen to go to bed. That you'll probably get plenty of representation. But if I had to maybe like brainstorm new ideas, I think one of the things is, how do you make your day more active and engaging and productive and exhausting? Because positive stress is, in my opinion, hard to quantify, but also very much correlated with people who sleep very well. Satisfying, positive stress. And you might be thinking, well, isn't that just correlated? It is. Happy people sleep better. But you don't know how that happiness is being achieved, right? And one of the things is, I'm sure better sleep is coming towards you, knowing that you're feeling better and you're happier in university. So this is not much of a tip, more than saying that if your life looks up and you're continuing to make your life happier during the day, that often is a great sign or hopefulness that your sleep will also become more appreciated. You're going to get a gym membership here at uni. You need a gym membership at the uni? It just doesn't like, oh, because you, well, you reside in the uni, right? Doesn't that come with your school stuff? Your tuition? They did do wonders for your sleep when you start going to gym at home. Yeah, positive stress. And it's very difficult to quantify because cortisol and all that stuff, like negative stress and positive stress, that's like, it might as well still be a mystery right now. But sources of true, satisfying, endorphin-inducing exhaustion goes a long way, and you get other benefits. You get so many more benefits thinking about it that way. How can you be more productive, happily productive? Pick up a hobby that is sustainable. Obviously, we have to talk about sustainability. So it's more like a holistic balancing. How can you squeeze in more ways to exhaust yourself both physically and mentally that is sustainable? Now, hobbies can be a little bit double-edged because if you go too hardcore, it can lead to negative. Oh, not university gym? You meant a gym? Oh, gym in your place. I see. You're at your uni house. Oh, okay. Oh, while you're at uni house. Okay, I got you. Yeah, so that is how I feel about it. It gives a proactive nature. And then hear me out. I'm making this sound like it's a life hack, but oftentimes there's plenty of things you decide not to do, right? It's very clear. You can identify the things that you shouldn't do, so you can work on those. But one of the oftentimes the efficacy of tips is you're not. I'm not here to decide to tell you things you already know. The idea is to inspire new ideas. So while you understand all the stuff that you probably want to take away, like you shouldn't like take away clan. One of the idea would be to not play clan wars, right? For example, but that is really tough, and that doesn't have to be the first thing. I think the default of taking things away can often be overshadowed by having better things to be doing. So that's why I want my like commentary is that rather than trying to minimize the negative stimuli in your life that you have now, which you probably are already aware of, which I don't have to go over really, honestly, because they're ever present, try to maximize the other stuff, because the other stuff might surprise you how they overshadow the other things, right? Like, how do you get language learning to overshadow video games? You focus on making language learning more provocative and interesting than video games. You could decide you're just not going to play video games and study. Like, your mentality could be, I can't play any more video games because I have to make time for language learning. Well, that in your mind would be, I'm losing something as a sacrifice to gain something. Alternatively, you can focus on making the thing you want into a habit in a positive way and notice that it's not so bad. It's not that much more difficult anymore to quit or decide not to do the other thing that you used to do, because you have something just as great. So it's one of those things that, in my opinion, sounds much more attractive when you lay it out like that for the stimuli algorithm based behavior that is normal now online. You're competing for your time. You're competing for your energy. So we might as well play to that, is what I would say. So play to your greed. Play to being more active and more productive. Like, instead of thinking about using all of your energy to worry about eliminating things. They can be worked on. You can still work on those, but the more positive things you gain is also going to help you contribute to giving up things that might not be that great in the first place, right? Like working out could end up leading to something else. You just don't know. Yes, and the other stuff may be a relatively positive in comparison to something else, and then in time the other stuff can take the place of the original negative stimuli. Exactly. And can then discover a better example of the other stuff. Exactly. That's at least that's my mantra, right? School was that. School was very much that right from the beginning. If you like, think about how powerful this is. it can get to the point where the stuff, yeah, like what you said, the negative stuff, the original negative stimuli, can be trivialized by how your ability to make things better. And that's pretty much like, if I had a TLDR, like to say what is my secret hack or what is my hot take, if you can make negative things into positive things, there are very few things that can stop you. They don't pile up, because the first thing you think is, I have a problem, let's go fix it. Like, it's not, let's go, I have a problem, let me find out if I'm able to fix it. No. You have a sleeping problem? Let's work on it. That's it. So for now, though, for those who might not find that, obviously now I'm being very reductive. For those who need steps, who those aren't very comfortable with that, especially with very difficult habit forming stuff, you start somewhere. So start by making it possible. So you start with things that you can do. So positive things can become more positive. You can start new things that are originally not negative yet. That type of thing. And then eventually a lot of those negative stimuli, with all that positivity, you have the ability. And like, it just, one day you realize, in my opinion, I like to believe this, one day when somebody is positive enough, most of the negative stimuli do not hold agency over you. At least in my opinion. I like to believe that's a human condition, but I don't think that's strong enough to be a core human condition where someone can simply be like, I'm not professing this to be something fundamental, where someone can simply be as positive as possible and that negative things will just randomly go away. The idea is being able to adapt and work on that makes it easier to do it. And easier to do it increases the frequency of success. It's not a guarantee, but overall your life will go in the will likely go in a net positive direction as opposed to a negative. And sleeping is definitely one of them. Sleeping is still this magical thing, right? How to get good sleep is still a magical thing. So for the time being, until like science comes through or technology comes through to like disentangle our cause effect of our brain chemistry and stuff, for now we can exercise human conditioning and behavior and do things that can increase that success without any like accurate like precise science, right? Because the research is not there. And one of them, I would say, for sleeping, a good day is often correlated with excellent sleep. And I'm not talking about like watching Halloween and then you're having nightmares, or eating and you get indigestion, and then that we're not talking about necrotic things, mental things. If there are no necrotic, like actual harmful things in your environment, it's a mental game. So maximize your day, be with loved ones, find a hobby that brings you joy, and it's pretty substantially significant in, I would say, not making any guarantees, but within a month, somehow sleep becomes so much more satisfying. When you're bored, oh my gosh, your sleep is gonna go out the window. Like, if we're talking about the opposite to illustrate my point, if someone's bored, sleep is out the window. When someone's nocturnal, like for example, like I understand there are people who might operate and normalize in different times, but oftentimes when someone is nocturnal and they say they have problems with sleep as a consequence of wanting to be nocturnal, for example, oftentimes when you ask them, how often are you bored? How often are you thinking you should be doing something and you're not doing that? And how often do you keep thinking that you're being non-productive even though you have to be productive? The moment you find that out, it's very linked. Like, That's one of the core things. Like, there's no restful sleep if you're restless, right? What is the concept of being restless? You can't sleep well because you had a poor day. You had a poor life. You had a poor series of events recently. Their restlessness is almost mentally and figuratively the characterizing the negative aspects of your life at the moment. It leads to restlessness. So even before science, neurobiology, and stuff trying to disentangle chemical things, the whole idea and language and culture around restlessness is dealing with the idea that your current wakeful life, the moments you are conscious, are terrifying. They're filled with negative stimuli. So yes, you will be restless. In fact, you can be restless while not sleeping. You know, the whole idea. I'm using English right now. I'm sure other languages have their way of portraying this, but you can be restless when you're awake. That's the concept I'm trying to evoke here. Probably. To link our two discussions together, not that well. Negative stimuli may be one of, if not the most impactful antidote. Yeah. If it's the one that's most infrequent. But hear me out, there's a double edge here. Surely you can only be restless when you're awake, no? Oh yeah, that's a fair point. If you're restless, that's fair. That's a fun play on words. That's a really fun play on words. Oh, we could so crack open this like can of worms about English. The concept of using the word restless. Because if you are indeed restless, yeah, you would be awake, wouldn't you? For the negative stimuli, the impactful antidotes. Negative stimuli hits so hard in impactful antidotes is because they can be identifiable for a deficiency. What I feel hasn't been conditioned for normalization to balance that is thinking of a positive stimuli to promote impactful effects, right? So it's sometimes the impact of a negative stimuli is impactful because there are lack of positive stimuli that are impactful. So what I mean by that is due to the frequency of certain things, the relative impact is not either balanced or countered by the opposite. So when you have a negative impact, there can be two situations, and two very common situations among others, but two very common situations that, in my opinion, if I were to help someone, right, maybe a personal friend or something, I have to discern which one they are. One is they largely have a really healthy life, but they experience incredibly negative singular stimuli that like has a hand in almost everything they do. The other is there's so many negative stimuli that it's chronic. So no amount of positive stimuli can like stick out of the chronic negative stimuli. So one is like everything sucks egregiously, so the negative impact is not even felt. It's just everything is negative. And then there's one like trauma. Trauma is like the singular negative impact. And oftentimes when people are talking about the most impactful, they're talking about trauma. The trauma one, because it's very identifiable. It's singular. It's very big. And that takes up all the attention because it's far higher magnitude than anything else. The chronic one is the one that I'm referring to, which is when you're sleepless, like your restlessness. Oftentimes it's actually hard to identify what the negative stimuli are because everything is just pretty muddled. So when I see that it's not a person who's incredibly traumatized, like what I mean is when I talk to them, they only mention one thing. and that one thing is always tied to that stimuli. So if it's nebulous, the idea is to take a holistic approach. So instead of tackling that one problem, which is what you can choose to do, you try to encourage them to compete with the level of noise of all the negative stimuli. And then ultimately, competing with that makes any particular trauma that sticks out far more approachable, right? Sometimes being ready to tackle that gigantic, impactful antidote, like the trauma ones, if it's surrounded and bolstered by a sea of negative stimuli, how are you going to build yourself up? You got to build yourself up. So start building, you start building your trenches and fortify and start working on your garden, start raising some wonderful tomatoes and tomatoes and potatoes and stuff. You gotta make it start chipping away at that foundation. And then honestly, sometimes without the foundation for that heavy trauma, I'm talking about like the worst case scenario where someone has both. If you check both boxes, professional help, loving couples, like loving family, friends, you gotta start chipping away at all the foundation, because in order to topple the trauma, you gotta form a foundation. So in a way, you can kind of see one is really deadly too, and the other one's really deadly, and if they're combined, they're like a super force. The silent kill, the silent deadly one is the everything is negative, but you can't quantify what the negative stimuli is, so you can't pinpoint it at all. There's no clarity. Just everything just sucks. So you start building yourself up so that it becomes less and less suck, right? And then the trauma stuff is like, all right, we got to characterize the trauma, because the idea is it's very identifiable. So then you can tackle it from a more identifiable way. And then you can counter it by possibly creating an even bigger singular positive antidote. So like you compete it, but it's like magnitude competition, right? If you're someone who's muddled everywhere, create a little muddled positive stimuli. It's a bit more approachable. If something is really gigantic, you're gonna counter it with an equal and opposite gigantic thing, right? So it requires a big W to counter a big L, but lots of tiny L's require lots of tiny W's. And the reason why I say it this way is because it can seem feasible, like it seems reasonable this way. It's harder, and I'm not saying it's impossible. You can encourage someone to get lots of tiny L's to counter a big L. It requires a lot of mental gymnastics, and it requires a lot of willpower, which if someone is compromised already, it's very difficult to visualize. Like, for example, when someone says, I want to get fluent with Japanese, why is Japanese so hard? That's a big negative stimuli. And then you tell them, oh yeah, it's consistent small little progressions over several years or maybe the rest of your life. That's how you get to Japanese fluency. That person's like, nah, pass, I'm done. I'm out. I wanted it to happen tomorrow, because this negative stimuli is so big, it's not worth it. Right? Imagine telling someone, like, you ask them, what's your goal? I want to be fluent in Japanese. And then your first response is, oh yeah, that's going to take a really, really long time. They're out the door. They've already checked out. Like 9 out of 10 times that person has checked out. Because think about learning a language and you carry that negative stimuli until it happens. And unfortunately, the reality is it's probably not going to happen that soon. So you're expecting that person to have the willpower, the discipline to reach that without looking at it in a different way. So how do you go about countering that, or like how do you go about encouraging that? There are many approaches. One of the approaches is to break that large negative stimuli into smaller ones over time, so it won't look as large, right? Then it can be a little bit more approachable. Alternatively, which is very rare, you can really pump up the positive stimuli, but I don't know where you would get that. Unfortunately, I haven't thought of a clever situation to do that. Maybe get a brain implant that automatically like help you learn Japanese. I don't know. There isn't much, like there are limits to there are situations, right? So that's a great sobering way to say that there's no one size fits all solution to these things. But for definitely, in my opinion, so going back to the original comment, a tip for a quality sleep is not necessarily focusing on the quantity of the sleep in order to make way for the mindset that you must invest in the quality of your active time that you spent to contribute to elevating the quality of the sleep. Now, there are obviously fundamental things and foundational things that you can do without saying this, without considering this, which is just sleep at the same time, right? Always try to sleep at the same time, try to wake up at the same time. This is dealing with circadian rhythm, limit light exposure. Those things you can definitely find on the internet. I think those are time tested. If you haven't tried those things, the internet has providing for you. I think a fun, interesting talking topic for myself is that is it sustainable? I think sometimes I'm a little greedy, so encouraging someone to make them at least entertain the idea that if you do well during the day, if you get a great hobby for your free time and work on that hobby, it might just improve your sleepness, your sleep schedule. And that sounds more like a win and approachable than, oh yeah, take away all the stuff that you're currently doing, right? In fact, hear me out, Proco. Most of my persona, the joke that I was making about the persona P5X, like scheduling the things, it was only recently introduced. The task with like, it has 8 hours, 16 hours, 2 hours, and 15 minutes. But the 15 minutes is a daily. The limiteds are 2 hours, and then most of them cycle between 8 hours, 8 hours, and 16 hours. So, because now I know how that works, within the last 3 days, I schedule it in a way that the task that I have set will be approximately 8 hours before they complete. So what happens is when I go to bed, I will always know that I can get up, collect my rewards, feel good about them, and set a new task, go out and run, finish my stream, come back, and either I replace all the 8 hours or I go to sleep and get up and replace the 16-hour ones. And that's what I do now for P5X tasks. It's a balance between now I can sleep because I know I don't have to worry about my tasks because they're set with a expected timer. So I made my day more productive and scheduled around my day to be set in a way that it removes the stimuli from my restless days. And how do I do that? Is by understanding that my days are more flexible because I know how to make them more efficient. I improve the scheduling of my days and my activities, so my sleep schedule improves, and also gets a boon from that. But yeah, that's pretty much how that is a personal anecdote of mine, how I'm adjusting to having another live service game added to the list, right? Your optimize the day, your sleep schedule kind of follows, or it provides a lot of flexibility. Negative sim, like, go kick them in the face, right? Hopefully you're sleeping by now. All right. So I don't know. I still haven't really figured out how this changes. So we're just gonna skip this for now. I'm running away from responsibility.
個室
室 is private room. Hmm.
有罪
Use I possess skills? Surplus. Amaru?
余る
Be in surplus?
3個
Uncle. This is not prevent. I should really make this disclaimer earlier. Obviously, this is not medical advice or anything. It's kind of a holistic approach to encouraging people. When people are positive, they usually tend to find a way, in observation, they tend to find a way to improve their sleeplessness, to address their sleeplessness, but often it comes as a proactive way. And there's a lot to be said about a different perspective on this. Sometimes focusing on what you can do and can alternatively affect the things that you believe you can't do, but not giving it the time of day, like not having it consume most of your energy, can be an alternative way to addressing problems. Saturate it with goodness.
論文
I earnestly feel, in my opinion, anecdotally speaking, that there are less people who nowadays algorithm does not support, does not like thrive. Content creators, in my opinion, don't thrive on proactive quality of life management and boosting positive things. They're usually set to reinforce negativity and provocative controversy and stuff. And that's not saying that I know why that is the case or how that's the case. I know that it's observed. It is observed that fear, anxiety, anxiousness, FOMO, that type of content is far more provocatively trending than. So inherently, maybe this is confirmation bias. I do not believe that the vast majority of content reflects what I'm sharing here. So that is my major motivation of sharing the alternative perspective. The other perspectives do exist, and they, in my opinion, are overrepresented by the algorithm currently, which is, how do you sleep better? Get rid of all the active stimuli in your life during sleep. It's like, well, yes, easy said than done, right? What if the active stimuli occurs during your waking hours? It's not like you're gonna say, oh yeah, I'm just gonna quit my job. That's a good way to get a sleepless day. I mean, sleepful quality sleep. Quit your job. Like, wow. You know, like, oh yeah, remove all your worries of the regular day by pretending like they don't exist when you sleep. In my opinion, I think that's pretty impressive. if someone is able to do that, like they just turn off their brain, there are people who fall asleep really well, despite like daijoubu desu, right? Like when the world is on fire, the room is on fire, that somehow they can turn off their brain and selectively go to sleep. That's impressive. That's incredibly impressive. Wonderful skill. I do not think people who are intellectually inclined and hyper high functioning, especially in a university environment and whatnot, will be able to do that. Because that is not, in my opinion, their normalized behavior. Their normalized behavior is to think about the things they have to do. So instead, make those things good. Right? So when you're thinking about them, it's not a negative thing. It's kind of like an exhausting thing, but when you have closure with them every day to day, it creates a less restless mind. I'm like, again, not professional advice, personal anecdote, a lifetime of mindful mania before you go to bed every day. You know, like when stream goes off, mania happens. I type glossaries and like monologues to myself day in and day out in my brain. So how do I overcome that restlessness? Make my day saturate over that. And that's kind of how my sleep schedule, my sleep kind of improved over time. It's not the gold standard in sleep, but one thing that really addressed my mania is to literally address those thoughts during my day. So if I have restless ideas, and things that are engaging me, that's keeping me awake, I learn, okay, first thing I do, let's go try to address them while I'm awake. How do I maximize and make the things that I go to bed wondering about not be be satisfying at least. So then I don't have to think about it. Like, oh, do I have to worry about, should I like get my tasks done here? I can just get up and get my tasks done. Like, find a way to make it happen during the day, during your waking hours. Then there are less and less stimuli for when you're sleeping. Your sleep will become more of a, oh dude, I did way too much. I'm so mentally drained and physically drained that sleep feels so good now. And that, in my opinion, is how I not really solve, but how I manage my thoughtful mania. It still happens, by the way. I think my sleep hygiene has improved, but to full disclosure, I think my sleep hygiene is still very disagreeable to those who think if you ask them what is great sleep hygiene, it's probably not what I'm doing right now. Most of the time it deals with like a break. There's usually a strong break after 4 hours. I'm in bed for 8 hours, but there's like a mental conscious break around 4 hours, and then I'm trying to work on that and address that. It might just be something that I'm gonna take for the rest of my life to address, but that's managed the rest of my life. But that is what it's like, in my opinion. It's not the best, but I sure as heck are gonna continue to improve it. I don't settle. Like, I think settling for something you have to do obligatorily in your life is giving up, and I don't want anyone to give up. So that's probably why I sound like a cheerleader more than a I don't know, what would you call it, like a prescribing dictator or something. Like, you can't have this, you can't have that, you can't do this, you can't do that kind of situation. Always negative. Right. Rongbun. Rongbun is a thesis, no? Ooh? Ichi? No. Oh no, wait. This is not... This is very different. Somehow I want to say it's actually Ipo. Ipo. I think it's Ipo. Ipo ta... Sai or Sai? Just Sai? No. You sent a message, you don't know if you'll be able to sleep that soon, but you're getting close to being tired to type a chat, so you're gonna go... Alright, yeah, good night. Oh, okay. Oh. That's great. If you can do that, that's great. Being able to like feel the reminiscing effects is useful. That's a great skill to have or take advantage of when you still have it. Yeah, but if you're able to like illicitly and surrogately have the same emotions and feeling without the actual thing, eventually it'll subside that dependency. So that's kind of neat. Yeah. Not to talk. Talking's good. So sleep well, Poca. I look forward to hearing your university adventures. Did I mistype this? Oh, I did type this incorrectly. Ooh, Ipu tasai.
一夫多妻
Ipu tasai. Oh, it's both. Ipu tasai sounds actually quite nice. Ah! Muzugashi. Ne? Oh, muzukashi. No. What?
難しい
Muzukashi. Oh, I keep typing ga. And that is something I need to look out for. Ek. How does stinking work? Sai.
臭い
Sai. Okay. Ah, I don't know why I thought it was Datsu. How do you hit something? Utsu.
打つ
Utsu.
帽子
Boshi. That's fine. Boshi. Sorry. That sounds like something else. And I'm like, that certainly will stop something if you say Boshi. I'm just saying. How does the tune for tail work? Huh. I almost think, oh man. It's like it's serving as something. No, that's something else. Oh, I gotta change this. I'm gonna change this. It's
Oh.
Right. I'm gonna go away from expressions. Oh is bad. Oh, I got one. Bee stingers. So bee. Bees. Oh, wait. Bees has have bee has bee has bee has. Oh, it's weird. Is bee? Oh, you know what? How often do you only say singular bee? Yeah. Okay. Let's see. The bee has a black O-ring. Black O-ring around the tail. We're gonna use O-ring from now on, not like a circular ring. O for circular, not O for the expression. Expressions are going out of here. O's, ahs, heyos, nah, like that type of stuff. Ooh, out it goes. Mnemonic, like expressions can go anywhere most of the times. Like, oh, that's okay. Oh, that's bad. Oh, that's good. Oh, it's a tail. Oh, it's a coffee. Like that's just not gonna. I think it's far too promiscuous. It deals with like opinionated things, and I'm not quite there in the mindset. So we're gonna use them as objects, locations, and descriptions, not expressions. So out goes heyo, oh, nah. I'm not sure about sound effects yet. Sound effects, they're fine. Like ne for horse. The horse sound, neigh, like ne, that kind of thing. Maybe, but not the
悪夢
akumu.
暑い
Sweet.
困難
Honnan. Ah, whoops. Wait, is this? Yeah, this is. Heck you! Discuss in discussion. Yo?
予防
Yobo. Yobo. Heck! Wait, before prevent? Like mitigate? Prevention? Okay. I was thinking mitigation. It's funny because I'm thinking video games. That's mitigation comes from.
論
For
理
me. Only logic. Hmm.
犯人
Honey.
余震
Yoshin. Shock. What in the... Oh, I don't want to talk about it.
去年
Okay.
北国
Kaguni. It's, you know what's interesting? When they add new things, right? All the new things that they're adding, the recording is a little bit different. Like the audio is a little different because I'm pretty sure this is still or northern region. Dang it, I can't spell properly. Or northern country. I'm pretty sure the reading is still by Inichi, right? And then Miyuki, they have Miyuki for this.
北国
But it's kind of interesting how the recording slightly changed. Like the way it sounds, like overall across the pitches. Obviously, because they're different recording sessions. So it's still intriguing. How does this work? I'm gonna take a jab, and say
かぶる
kaburu. I figured. Or to like guard against. Oh no, wait. No, to put on
震度
jindo. Earthquake intensity.
夢中
To fantasize? What the heck is muchu? In the middle of a dream? Dreaming? I feel like it was like, oh wait. It's better than fantasy, or like be obsessed with, right? Something like that. I don't think they will take obsessed with. It's like crazy about. That's still fantasize and obsessed with. And it's fine. Youth. Rich? Okay.
刺す
That's it. A stab. Stabby. Alright. So we skipped 2. That's not too bad for our chill day of yapping. Yap. Yappity yap. I feel like this is like returning to or firstly, or it's like return to previous, so it's like Awari. Oh, is it like alright, arriving ahead or something? Ah. Sorry, I have to read the context sentence. And what changed here? I was so close today. I swear something's elongated. Oh.
最後尾
Like Colby. The elongation was in the call. Sai Colby, which is like end of the line or just the end. Alright. That's not too bad. And wait, where did the level up go? Oh no. Level up. I forgot. That's a different group. So level up is still gonna be around 4 tomorrow. I think I might do Hanzi Hero first tomorrow and then do WaniKani. It's gonna be tough. But yeah. 194. I kinda wanna lump these together soon. And then whatever we learn for level 26 is gonna be on Mondays. We're just gonna continue, right? It looks like there isn't gonna be another burnout opportunity either. So tomorrow's level up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. So for a while. Oh. Wow. What happened here? Oh, it's just slightly above the threshold. This would be the next burnout opportunity. Nah, we're making cold turkey, right? Oh, we're not cold turkey. We're making a strict restriction. 20. This is above 20. So call it a non-burnout day. Interesting. Maybe it was a fluke that burnout days were available. It's not necessary. Burnout days are not necessary. Kind of nice to have a feel good repeating of those. We behaved pretty well today, all things considered. Me and whenever Procall shows up, I'd be like, it'd be 6 to 8 hours long or something. In fact, I kind of think it's nice to see a bit of a silver lining here. This might sound like a bittersweet moment, but whenever I start talking to people, I often think if they are in a healthy spot, the conversations are infrequent. So in a way, now that I know he is at university and he's doing stuff and all that, however bittersweet it might be, infrequent discussions mean also that the person is being very productive. I know that can sound like cope. Sometimes people can see it as coping, where, oh well, they just don't like hanging out with you. I say, okay, that's fair. You can that is an accurate, it's a potential way to interpret it. But knowing what I know, typically, if I'm able to occupy someone for a very extended amount of time in a discussion for like 6 hours, and then that will tell me if they have the desire to talk. But when they are infrequent on that desire to talk, it means they have that desire, but they also have things that are happening in their life that are very productive and important. But more important than having prolonged discussions with myself or other people, and that's good, because in my opinion, that means the person is very healthy and productive. Because honestly, it's kind of scary, and I think about it a lot of times, when someone feels like they are still consistently negative or consistently, I'm not saying pro-con, but if any particular person is consistently negative and they don't have elements of telling me that they have consistent growth and aspirations and whatnot, I start to worry about dependency. And the last thing I ever want to do, in my opinion, like for my personal sake, I want people to be independent, right? That's not to say that I'm some sort of gift giver that somehow knows how to give what other people want, so that's where the dependency is. I don't actually think that. I actually think the opposite. That's why if someone shows any ounce of dependency, I will encourage them to be independent, because it would be unrealistic and non-sustainable to be dependent on someone who is possibly, maybe for the time being, more accessible, but definitely the reality is there are far more accessible things in your life, like self-love. Self-love is incredibly accessible. So oftentimes when I'm talking to people who may end up forming a dependency on stimuli and routines, that currently it is a bridge or a band-aid, a temporary solution that can bear fruit into something a little bit more sustainable and realistic. But often it involves a lack of self-love and improvement, right? And if the people disappear, I like to think in the back of my head that they found it. They found self-motivation, love, ambition, and that is really cool. It's a bittersweet moment though. Well, most of the time it's a bittersweet moment. Kind of like teaching. When a student graduates, you might never hear from them ever again. But you kind of don't want to hear from them for many reasons. But the one reason that you're always welcome to is seeing how successful they are. Or like hearing about their exploits, or like you can see them, but you kind of don't want to hear from them, in my opinion, in a way that can Like I'm a bit of a pessimist in that case. In I probably, this is probably one of my weaknesses, one of my banes. Whenever I hear someone, I often talk about this thing where I like making myself useful, and that's one of the most satisfying things I can ever experience, at least in my opinion. When I'm useful to people. But the thing is, that's also the basis for the relationship being useful. And if I cease to be useful, then I hope that they find something useful. So it's bittersweet, right? And that's kind of the mentality I have most of the time. It's not a devaluation of myself, which I feel lots of my acquaintances over the years have seen it that way, where like you're devaluing your continuing role in someone's development. But the thing is, much like teaching and like hopefully maybe a future life as a father or something, eventually you have to let them go, right? And that's kind of one of the aspects of teaching and education. You have to let them go, but you can see them. You hope to see them. You don't necessarily have to desire like cage them for selfish gratification, right? That's kind of, you just got to think about it every day. I can't wait. Like in another 10 years, I'm still excited. In another 10 years, I'm curious, will I ever cross paths with the people I've crossed paths with previously from an extended time, and asking them what happened since the last time we talked? Has the internet changed, right? Has the movies changed? Has entertainment changed? Has my narrative on the internet hustle culture changed? Did we discover more advancements in how to get a restful sleep? Has the internet's like apocalyptic AI slop Y2K thing happened? No, I'm making stuff up now. Has that crises overcome? I can't wait. Obviously, I can wait. I'm sorry, I misspoke. I'm excited for it, but I also can wait. Right. That's what today's discussion kind of reminded me of. If there's any favor, which I thought the developer, PsychoQuest, the person that I was talking to over like the video comment yesterday and whatnot, when that person said they will reciprocate my kindness by making the best game they are able to make at right now, that is the absolute, that I can't ask for any more than that. Just the idea that if I said something and did something and it only reinforced the commitment that and the enthusiasm of someone who's already committed, there's nothing more priceless. There's so few things. There are, you can make a strong argument, like really strong, but there are very few satisfying things than knowing that you didn't stop someone, you nudged the person in a direction that you hopefully 9 out of 10 times will lead to the betterment of them. That's, can't get more satisfying than that. I think it's practically a drug, but like a psychological drug. And if that happened too often, I don't even know. Maybe I would end up in the same position I was 30 years ago. Not 30 years ago, sorry, when I was 30. Maybe I might end up there, where I stretch myself so thin, chasing being useful, right? No, that's definitely something that I don't share too often, for sure. If there's any things that I would say I have a vulnerability in, is trying to be useful, right? I already talked about this a couple of times. Growing up as a yes man, growing up as a yes man, like the nice person, right? The nice person yes man, requires a lot of discipline to try not to do that. And one of the it's a heck of a drug. I don't know that there are people out there still on the internet maybe that are addicted to that, but when you get that hit where you literally see someone turn over their life and change something, and you were able to witness and take part in it, you like, to me, the moment that happens, you kind of get like this high off of it, and then you kind of want to do it some more. But the sobering problem is you're going to fail as well. So it's like horrifically like a drug addiction to some extent. Like, you want to do the thing, but you know it will eventually bring upon disappointment, but you're going to continue to seek it. And then you keep seeking it until you can't maintain it anymore. It's kind of like a what's something that a content creator can relate to, or people on the internet. It's like a content creator seeking clout, right? A clout chaser. It's very similar, only maybe slightly out of date. I have my life, my bane that I typically concern myself with is something that dates well before the internet, right? Back then, one person can lead to that addiction, not millions of people. Like, I don't need millions of people to get me wanting to be useful. Like, making people happy, that's awesome. Back in the day, it's about making one person happy. Making one person a day would be like a dream come true. In the content creator world, in the internet world, it's like making hundreds of thousands of people happy is mediocre. Making millions of people happy every single day, that's like normal now. I can't even fathom that. And it could be an imposter syndrome thing or a fear, but I can't even imagine trying to juggle that. I'm sure if that ever happens, there might be some way to go about it. But that is kind of scary. I can't even imagine what it's like to be in the head of someone who thinks or have been convinced that every day they have to perform and put out something that will satisfy millions of people again and again and again. Yeah. I feel like I practically become catatonic by then. It's strategic. Like, what I do now is very strategic, because I don't think I have a reasonable way of scaling. Anyways, something of a more candid disclosure, I suppose. Being wanted and needed by people, heck of a drug. Heck of a drug. Alright. Yeah, cloud is so dangerous. Like, to me personally, I'm not saying other people, but cloud is so dangerous. Cloud. Very annoyingly, you still haven't drifted off. You're going to mentally engage with what you're saying for a bit in the hopes it will tire your brain out again. Okay. Yeah. Well, I was talking about cloud, so maybe we're going to have a discussion about cloud after I complete this. Capital, wedding, friend, mix, lifeguard, both. Greenhouse, mantis, right? Okay, last time before I level up, have you started like the class portion, or are you still in orientation for university? Okay. How do I greenhouse you? Okay. MAKU. Gen. Yo. Gun. E. Hyo. Wata. Hyo. Suzu. Hyo. Math class, did you say? Oh, no. Like, did you start classes, or are you still in orientation week or something like that? I don't remember how long it's been. Has it been a week already? You know, oftentimes the first week of classes tend to be like orientation week. So you still have like that nice settling back into the groove of things. So you have like syllabus, outlines, introductory stuff before it hits the class portion. This week was induction lectures. Okay, next week is when you start this terms unit. I see. So this was the orientation stuff. Nice. I always wanted to like just I have such fondness about like being part of academia. That's probably like the most nostalgic thing. You skipped a few optional lectures. That sounds about right. Whenever I think back to like living near a campus or being on a campus, it's like there's so much fondness. And fondness is not saying that it was never hard. Like all of it, the hard, the ups and downs, that's what the fondness is. So I think some of my greatest sources of nostalgia is being around academics and aspiring academics. I don't, there's just so little things to compare to it. Maybe my life will be a little bit different when it wasn't like, you know, more than half my life, right? Perhaps my perspective will change over time, but academics is more than half my life. So still most of my memories are in academic environment. And the volume was higher as well. Like I'm doing far less. I'm not saying it's bad or good. I'm doing far less than, but the reality is I've done far less than I've done when I was in academics. Far more. It's not bad or good. In fact, I might even argue it wasn't all that healthy, right? If depending on how you're looking at it. But definitely far less. I've done so much during my youthful years. I've done so much, and hear me out. Even now, when I'm reflecting on what I did when I was younger, I was so lazy. I was a lazy young person. But that's saying like I wasn't human. Like I expect myself not to be human. I was pretty human. So, despite all the things I did, I was fairly lazy. Humans do be doing human things. Let's see. New. So, show, e, I, ho, ho, mo, ho, ho. Oh no, not ho. Heck, this is ko, mo, ho. Ho, sen, yo, zoku, an, zetsu, ho, Heck. Man. Man, he, an, so, ko, ai, in, you, ka, ka, kyo, tora. Alright. It was pretty good today. And WaniKani is pretty good today. Yeah, what I was talking about clout, right? Clout is if I have a fear that's ingrained from my previous thing, is that there's no ounce of part of me that blames any content creator to get swept up in clout. And that's one of the things that I definitely would say, while I sound like a level-headed person, and then someone can come by that's like, well, it's easy for you to say, you don't entertain millions of people and under the pressure of stuff, you wouldn't understand. It's like, I do understand, but I also can say this because I also don't possibly want that either, right? And it comes from a perspective of responsibility. I want to echo something that John Green said before, and he is on a way different scale. He's momentarily a celebrity because he licensed a book for movies, so he had a taste of it, and he has a really grounded thing that captures my concerns, or kind of affirms a lot of my suspicions, because I feel like I really parasocially align with his thoughts. And it's like, it's great for a brief moment, and then you just start spiraling into a catatonic state where you're constantly counter arguing, like, okay, I don't want to be like, I don't like this position anymore, like, I don't want, like, being held at a pedestal and being all that glamour, like that type of thing. It can like cause someone who is ever concerning about those behaviors and various mania and thoughts, that can really destroy someone within. So I'm actually saying, not only would I probably perform worse, or like, not only would I be just as every other human has done, where they witness fame, right? Witness fame and then sudden influx of clout, and it would take me years. Like, I would say there's something poetic about spending 15 years barely, slowly creeping towards some clout, then suddenly gaining that. And I've been watching like documentaries and like exposés about, that was my mood this month. So I've been watching exposés, documentaries about those who went viral and then where they are now, that type of situation. And I can see myself in my fear. I'm probably no different. In fact, it might actually be even more catastrophic if it did happen. So in all my life's experience, I've put up quite a lot of guards for that to happen very easily. It can happen slowly, like really slowly, so that I know where to cut the line. That's how I protect myself. So not only do I don't think that I'm a saint or built differently, I'm also very aware of being human, the human condition, and clout is a heck of a drug. So I was like at cloud 9, just finding out that yesterday that person watched the video and we had a fun exchange. That's cloud 9. Helping one person, or like even offering something for one person, gets me into cloud 9 territory. So thinking about going viral and then suddenly being responsible, or like, this is where ignorance is bliss comes into play, where I might actually be a person who would prefer that they don't know that their help, like if it's even possible, is helping a lot of people, I probably just prefer not to know. Like in the current state of my maturity and my lack of experience with these situations, or my related influence, but maybe on hundreds of people, like in the hundreds, I can't do that. Like, I'm so ill prepared for that. And understanding and how I cope with this, or maybe prepare for this, maybe it's an inevitability or eventuality or something. The way I prepare for it is to study and observe the patterns that occur with sudden clout, right? And how people get caught up with it, how do they manage, how do they cope, how different fallouts are negotiated. That's how I'm coping with it. Because there's so much part of my life now is public. Like, far more public than I've ever been, and it will all be held accountable. So the way I'm handling myself and recording myself, learning and reacting, all of this is already doubled and tripled certain skill sets that I don't typically use too often back in academia. And it's been very rewarding. But a sudden influx, like, I'm that guy who's very used to gradual progression, right? So huge headwinds, like when someone says, oh, you know, you're responsible for money, so if you win the lottery you'll do the responsible thing. It's like, I can't make that guarantee. Humans are humans. The moment you like, if you're not already managing those things, you don't typically participate in things when luck happens. Like, for example, if you're really good with money, you probably have all the money to not even participate in the thing that would get you the windfall in the first place. But even those who are very successful on one magnitude and they suddenly get a high windfall, their companies crumble because of getting caught in that windfall, even then. So humans are still humans. And I don't think I myself is any more beyond any other human. In fact, I almost feel like I'm a little bit more fragile to those things. So I always wondered, and maybe one day we'll find out. And I really probably saying this to my future self, I wouldn't be surprised if my future self would immediately step away for like a month or something, and then come back and hope that things die down and then continue. Because, man, some of the stuff that I see, but what people did, I can understand. I probably wouldn't do the same things, but at the same time, I can only imagine myself doing something even more like subtle and deleterious or something like that. So I always thought about that when it comes to clout. One moment in your life you think about a lot is when you're playing video games with your friends during COVID lockdown. And you were having nostalgia thoughts until you thought to myself that I will ironically probably think of this time of your life with nostalgia. And a few years later, you did think about that time nostalgically, and then after feeling the nostalgia of the time you spent gaming with friends during lockdown, you remember the thought you had back then and remember that. Yeah. That's pretty funny. I hope in the future you write some of this stuff down, like your journaling and stuff, because I can tell you how cyclic it is. Especially nostalgia. Nostalgia comes in waves. And now, you know, I literally record what I say during the day. So I would not be surprised that I call out my future self a lot of times. Like, hey, maybe you'll be different, but I can tell you now that there are going to be things that I'm anticipating myself to reflect upon, which then I have to reflect upon the reflection of that thing that I was reflecting upon until maybe something dramatically changed. I think talking about cloud is, I'm almost adverse to cloud. not because I'm adverse to other people's clout. I actually think if I had to take a like a ending thing, I love seeing other people successful. I don't ever imagine myself successful. I don't think I've ever imagined myself being successful. I've had people tell me that I'm successful, but I don't think I've ever felt successful. That's kind of like a thing, and I feel like my closest friends are the ones who, like, this is our mentality. This is our personality that we have, where it's always wrapped up in an imposter. Like, yeah, you know, we did all this a lot of times, but it never comes from within. Like, oh, you've done this for so long. It's like, well, yeah, I'm doing the best I can. It's like, well, that's great. It's like, I don't think it's so great. I mean, I do this every day. I work on this every day, right? Like, it still needs work, right? So that's when I have a slight like jerk reflex whenever someone tries to describe imposter syndrome, but they describe it in a very narcissistic way that can't possibly be true. So hear me out. And it does involve a very prominent controversial figure and maybe several others who use that logic to make them sound humble, and they played it off for many years and got them great clout and whatnot. It's kind of like the other expose. I've been listening to a lot of documentaries and exposés. It's kind of like people who like put on a persona in order to gain clout and then accidentally mixed up their personas. They're code swapping, and then it's not that they didn't say they had a persona, it's that the viewers had a problem negotiating that they are putting on a persona, because the fourth wall gets broken when the persona gets mixed up, right? But there are individuals who are, when they do that, they because of the cloud motivation, they forget that it also impacts people who actually have those compulsions. And it's through that I feel, when it comes to individuals that may present themselves as very skilled, right? They're incredibly skilled. They say like, oh, I do this, and I always reference my accolades and my like, oh yeah, like I'm the best here. Like, this is what I did for 14 years. That is not. And then suddenly they talk about how they understand what an imposter syndrome is, and then they start using empathy words and whatnot about, oh yeah, just go chase after your dream. You see the thing that I'm doing? It's garbage. But if you work on it very long, it gets really bad. But the thing is, while they're doing that, they are also manipulatively speaking as though they are an authority on things. That, in my opinion, is not someone who understands or empathizes with things like the imposter syndrome. Like, it is actually compulsorily really annoying to other people when you actually meet someone who has that. And I've legitimately pushed people away because I can't seem to feel comfortable about thinking that I should enjoy myself. Typically, I don't enjoy myself. Whenever, like, it's kind of funny because I didn't even hear me out. Like, here's a disclosure. I didn't even attend my own robing ceremony for my PhD. In fact, it was kind of funny because coincidentally, the entire department was away on a conference, so we were all not at the robing ceremony. like things like that. Like I don't like, For example, if I was giving a seminar, right? If someone was doing an introduction, I don't like that part of the introduction. Like I don't like being introduced. It you can kind of say it's like a cowardice way of trying to prevent getting missing the mark, right? The fear of disappointment. And I think that has a lot to do with being Chinese or like being raised Chinese, where if someone is going to introduce you and you have the honors of doing something, sometimes you can become catatonic. At least in my opinion, I can become catatonic to the point where I don't think I'm ever good enough to meet someone's words. So oftentimes my coping mechanism for it is to pretend like it never happened or like be away from it. So when I'm being away from it, I can operate as though I always do my best instead of not being good enough. So this is where I get that inspiration or empathy for other people who now feels that they're never good enough because they see examples of other people. So the way I empathize is not the same. Whenever like I talk about the internet where someone says like, oh, you know, it's not worth doing this because there's already a superstar somewhere, right? That I can try to empathize that. It's more like sympathy. I can't directly empathize because I don't see it that way. However, I can get close to the feeling because that's very similar to being a disappointment. I try to avoid disappointment because I have really noticeably an avoidant behavior. Like if I had to show a moment of weakness in terms of avoidant behavior, I criticize avoidant behavior quite a lot because it's not proactive. It is a coping mechanism. So one thing I cope is often avoiding knowing that someone has a higher opinion of me. I do not want to witness that. I can be aware of it still, even if I don't witness it, but that kind of sucks. So oftentimes that's one of the things that I feel people who are incredibly, like in my opinion, people who may be incredibly skillful, you don't usually find them as content creators. And then now, like I'm trying to make content, you know, I'm trying to make content, I guess, for myself. And if I were to start making content for other people, right? Like I'm not making like I understand how this is gonna sound. I'm making content for myself. I'm making myself available to talk to other people. So I'm not making content for other people. I want other people, like I'm doing it in order to interact with other people and have those people inspire the content. But the content is purely out of self-fulfillment, right? And the moment it slowly becomes content for other people, I will start to wonder if I end up disappointing them, right? And that, in my opinion, is not coming from someone who goes around saying, and that is very associated with imposter syndrome. The true, in my opinion, compulsive imposter syndrome. They don't refer to their accolades because their accolades create this fear that you have to own the accolade. Like when someone asks me, I have a PhD, the first thing I say is, it's been almost 5 years since I've been in the science field. So take everything with a grain of salt. I'm probably really out of date in virology, but I will try to entertain what I still know and the things that I keep in touch with. It's not, oh, I have a PhD, dude. You know, every single time someone mentions a science or research, it's like, I have a PhD, guys. This is why you should not underestimate me or something like that. And then suddenly turn around and say, oh, dude, you know, I started from nothing. I'm like that guy who always thought they're not good enough. That's I don't think you can code swap from a compulsion like that. You can feel a bit of insecurity, but when people are talking about imposter syndrome, I think it's spectral, right? There's limited degrees, you know, like varying degrees. But there are degrees, in my opinion, that I experience that is not reflected in very prominent figures, where their behavior is gonna come back to bite them publicly, and it did. Like, this is in retroactively, right? And I'm not surprised. But then again, someone can tell me, well, you already saw it now, so you can say it now. It's like, that's fine. I'm okay with that, right? It's tough. You think this is a bad idea, but your housemate from your house last year has invited you to an afters at their house, so you're going to go. To be honest, worst comes to worst, you'll clunk out on their soup. Wait, right now? Wait, right now? You're gonna go in? You know, c'est la vie, I suppose. I mean, that sounds like a pleasant surprise. Like, might as well give it a shot, right? Right now, yo, dude, go, pro call. Seize the opportunity. University life, dude. University life. That sounds amazing, actually. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if this is the word you might not be thinking, but I think that's really cute. That's pretty cool. The word is cool. But that's awesome. Camaraderie. Yeah. I'm about to like take a break and then try to finish my Hanzi Hero session. Good luck. Yeah, sleep well. If you don't make it back to your bed, I hope the sofa is comfortable. Alright, folks. Enough sharing. That's the end of our WaniKani session. There was a little bit of a yap today, but I'm feeling a little bit yappy. It's getting close to the end of September, right? We had good company. Until then, if you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu, right? As always, feel free to follow along. Pick up WaniKani for yourself, give it a try. Always welcome for a yap session. We can make it related to mostly everything. So, I am not one to be creative in the yap. The art, the specialization of yap. So more than welcome, stop on by. Maybe have a quick nightcap discussion or substitution for other things, right? Always welcome. So until then, right? Minasan, mata ne. I'll see you guys next time. Mite kurete arigato. Thanks for watching. I'm gonna get up, walk around, take a quick bathroom break, and I'll be back for my Hanzi Hero session. Thank you. I forgot to tell Procall to bring a blanket or something. Bring a blanket, some pillows, maybe remind yourself of your own bed. That is pretty homely too. A sleepover. Alright, I'll be right back.